Good morning, good day and good evening. How are you doing, ladies and gentlemen? Not late at all, am I? Not late at all. I might have missed the timer going down there a little bit quicker than I thought, but oh well, sorry about that one. I don't know how late I was, but definitely a few seconds. Hope all of you are doing well. First one in today, none other than Lion Unity. Second place, we have the new #1 early bird, gamedev. And third place, we have none other than Captain Onoza. How you doing, man? Conrad Greet is in the house as well. Good to see you, mate. Hamster Hammer, welcome in. No Jewel. Hope all of you are doing good. Hope you're having a good Wednesday so far. The plan for today is, I think we might do a little bit of work in engine on the game. Potentially do some art. I haven't fully decided yet. And then maybe we'll see. Today we might do a little bit of Grim Fandango as well. It's possible. It's possible we might do a little hybrid stream today. Some productivity and some play. The only annoying thing about Grim Fandango, like I do still want to play through it. I am enjoying the game. It's nice to get an idea of what it's like. The only kinda sad thing about it is that Grim Fandango is incredibly different compared to the game I am working on. I'm not so sure if there's not a lot of things I feel like I can get like inspiration from with a game like Grim Fandango, since you know it's majorly, it feels like one of the main mechanics in Grim Fandango is like dialogue options, talking to people. And then the puzzles are, since it's not like a first person type point and click game, I feel like the puzzles are, they're kind of laid out in a bit of a different way. But nonetheless, I still want to finish it. But in hindsight, I do admit that I feel a little bit like it might potentially would have been better for me to play something that had a more direct correlation to the type of point and click game I'm making. At the same time though, part of the reason why I wanted to play one of these classic point-and-click games was because I haven't really played one of them. And I think most of the classic point-and-click games are more in the style of Grim Fandango. Like, I think almost all LucasArts games are that type of thing, where a lot of it revolves around dialogue with people. And like, I don't know how to, like, a lot of the time, it feels like the puzzles are kind of about, damn, how do I say this? Like, it feels like a big part of it, of the puzzle design, or like the puzzle gameplay, is almost like figuring out what the puzzle is. Do you know what I mean? Does that make sense? Like, it's not always that it feels like, okay, right now I'm trying to figure out how to solve this puzzle. Like, most of the time it feels like I'm trying to figure out what the puzzle is to then try and solve it. I don't know if that makes sense, but it feels a little bit like that. I'm back. Windows Update said, nah, you're gonna do it now as soon as your timer got to 0. What's up, man? What are the plans? The plans is to start off doing a bit of work on the game and then potentially play a bit of Grim Fandango later. How you doing, Lion? Hope you're doing well, man. Onosa, how was your stream today? Hope you've been good. I see you're still working on your beekeeping project. How is it going for you? Shout out to Captain Onosa, yet another game developer here on twitch.tv. Go and check him out if you haven't. I think I've asked you before, but I cannot for the life of me remember. Did you have any plans on releasing this game to Steam? Or is this, or are you just gonna do it on itch, out of curiosity? The game is progressing nicely, let's go, man, I'm happy to hear that. I did a bit of work yesterday, not really anything I can show. I did a bunch of work for story and lore stuff for the full game, so obviously a lot of spoilery stuff. It's actually a really tough thing I'm having to battle at this moment. The fact I'm realizing I'm coming to the point where most of like the main mechanics and stuff like that is pretty much done in the game. Like, to some extent, I would say that the game is currently quite feature complete. And that is actually a little bit of a problem. Because what I realize now is that I mainly need to work on all the new content that we're gonna have in the full game. But like, most of that I can't show you guys, do you know what I mean? Because obviously I don't want to spoil the entire game. I think I might have to get a little bit more lenient on what I can and can't show. But it is a little bit tricky because I feel like almost everything that's on my agenda currently is stuff that I might not want to do on stream. So I'm getting to this weird point in the development of this game, which, you know, a lot of this is, you know, related to the game being a somewhat linear story game, right? And yeah, I'm getting to this point where it feels like, fuck, soon I don't know what I'm gonna do on stream anymore. Maybe this is a good point why we might do some extra bit of research coming up, but obviously we're gonna find stuff to do, and like I said, I'm gonna get potentially do like I have done with like the pipe puzzle, for example, where I might show you some stuff even with like the puzzle design, but then just not explain where this puzzle is going to be or what it's going to do, and then obviously also do some randomized variations of it, so it's not guaranteed that you see the exact one I was working on, stuff like that. But yeah, just obviously I have talked about this before, I am a little bit of a kinda stubborn anti-spoiler guy. Like, personally for me, I fucking hate spoilers. To the extent where nowadays I can't even watch like a trailer for a movie. Because I find that is enough of a spoiler for me that I don't want to see the movie anymore. So for me, if I hear something about a new movie or a new show or whatever it might be, the most I'll do is potentially look at like an IMDb rating, maybe read the first line or two from the synopsis, right? And then I just take a gamble and watch it. That's kind of how I like going into things. But then again, I think it's important for me to realize that not everyone is the same way as I am, right? I think there's probably a fair bit of people who don't care about spoilers as much. Now obviously I'm not gonna show like the ending of the game, or like I'm not gonna do like all the writing for the story on stream, because that would probably be a bit much, but I think I can probably show more than what I feel comfortable with, if you know what I mean. Also, another fair point to make is that, you know, not everyone who's watching me on stream is watching me because they want to play the game, right? Like, some people here might not even have any plans to actually play this game. They might just like watching the development or having something on in the background, right? So that's something to keep in mind as well. Basically what I'm saying is that I do think I might, in the following months, I might have to get a little bit more lenient. Am I using this term correctly? Yeah, more tolerant than expected. Kind of, I guess. Not as severe or strong in punishment. No, I don't think I'm using this correctly. I have to be a little bit more like open-minded in terms of like what I can show on stream, if that makes sense. Thank you very much for the question. Yesterday I had successfully finished renovating 23 scenes in my game. Holy productivity. Hejsan svejsan. Cheetah, welcome in, man. How you doing? Morjesta. Musta pippuri. There are still 3 left that need to be reworked, but I can deal with those later on once I made more progress with the project itself. Nice. Mr. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. David, good to see you, man. Yeah, the plan is for this to be my first official commercial Steam release. Let's go. I've teamed up with the average goob who has experience with that side of things. Nice. Facecam only stream until it's released, exactly. So currently I'm opening Unity as well and going to work on a cutscene. Nice. I do actually need to work on a new cutscene as well. I have talked about this before, but I think I need to improve the intro to the game and set a little bit more of a sturdy foundation to the game, so that is something we're gonna need to figure out. I've already said this before, but basically I'm currently leaning towards maybe making the main character a bit of like a private investigative journalist, like something along those lines, so that you have a little bit more of a clear reason why you are here. Because the issue with the current version of the game is that I leave it a little bit too open-ended. It's a little bit too broad and generic. Basically, the intro cutscene right now almost explains it just as you're going here for the fuck of it, just to like explore this place. And obviously, when you potentially realize that something bad might be going on, a lot of people have the immediate thought of like, okay, so why the fuck would I stay here? Wouldn't I go now? Like, the reason for why you went here is not enough of a reason for why you stay here. Whereas if we had something like a more direct, potentially like professional reason as to why you're going here, then I think that would be like a little bit more... It would make it a little bit more grounded. It would like the feeling of why you actually do have to stay here, if you know what I mean. Yeah, not much reasoning, but I assume you'll give us something more. Yeah. Typical scary movie behavior, exactly. Sucks that how you doing, man. Yeah, and I think to some extent that is like impossible to get rid of, right? Like there's always gonna be a little bit of that. Even when I played Resident Evil 2, which has a, I guess you could argue, both a kind of moral and a professional reason for why you should continue on this journey. My thought process personally was still like, why the fuck wouldn't I just flee, run away and fucking hide, you know? So I think it's impossible to like truly get rid of any thought like that. But I think the way I've set it up now makes it, like it almost encourages that thought, which I think is bad. So we need to give the player a little bit more of a like clear motive, not only for why they go here, but why they need to stay here till the end or whatever. I know people have said similar things, like we should also like force the player to stay. Then it should, like the reason why you go here could be rather minute if you are forced to stay here. So that would be something like a door shutting behind you, you literally cannot get out of here. But I'm not entirely sure if that works for this game, because I do need the player to be able to go outside of the house. Another thing you could do then is to say, okay, fuck it, like mess up the car. Like, you know, do a fucking... like mess up the wheel or the motor of the car or run out of gas or something so that you're stuck in that way. But that doesn't like fully fix it either, because then you instead you can have, okay, so fuck the car, just run away, you know? So it doesn't like fully solve it. And that also introduces like other weird things where it's like, okay, so now the main objective of the game is kind of to fix the car in some regard, which means that the entire story I have for the game, at the very end I somehow need to lump in like, oh, and here you randomly stumble upon a fucking canister of petrol or whatever, so you can refill the car. Like, it feels a little bit odd, if you know what I mean. But the pack of Resident Evil Cerberus dogs outside works in Resident Evil 1. I mean, I suppose that could work, but then we get back to the issue where I kind of need the player to be able to walk outside. So yeah, I think some of the things I'm considering doing today, since I can't work on what I was doing yesterday, because that is way too spoilery, I'm thinking about either trying to come up with more puzzles, potentially more close-up puzzles, you know, the ones you walk up to, or maybe do the actual... start working on a new intro, which I think I have a pretty good idea for too. I might look at some similar games that have, or games with like a similar story, and see how they kind of introduce it. But I'm thinking I'm still going to keep the scene of the player driving to the manor. Like that will still be in there. What I'm basically thinking of is potentially getting rid of the text there, not entirely sure, and just have that be like a visual cutscene of you driving to the house, and maybe add something before that instead, if that makes sense. You know, something where you actually read the document, or you get a call, or you get a message from someone being like blah blah blah, like setting you up on this journey, basically. Do you know what I mean? Like getting the assignment or whatever you want to call it. Seems like you have been given this some thought. Yeah, it's something I noticed. Like, I knew this from the beginning, right? Like, this is not something that came to like a surprise for me. Treasure map, fucking hell. Oh, that would be funny. Just X marks the spot. Like, just here's the thing. The current intro of the game, like, or rather the actual text of the intro right now was never supposed to make it into production. This ended up being one of these like accidental things where the placeholder ended up in the public version of the game. Like, the only reason why that was the first text I came up with that I just added so that the playtesters would have something. And I didn't put too much thought into it. I just wanted to, okay, let's just throw in something here to set the scene, and then they can try it, and I will iterate on this later, you know. So it was actually never supposed to actually make it into production, but obviously the development of the demo ended up getting a little bit stressful, so the intro accidentally ended up getting published as well. It was never supposed to be this intro. Vintage, welcome in, man. How you doing? Good to see you, mate. It does give you a reason to go there, but we just don't know what the goal of the trip is yet. Yeah, exactly. Which is like the thing I said, right? I think the current intro gives you a decent reason for why you should go here, even though it's quite like broad, unexplained, and whatever you want to call it. Like, you still get some idea of a reason for why you're going here. But the issue becomes like, why are you staying here, right? Or as you said, like, what is the long-term goal of me being here? Because right now we set it up as you just feel like exploring and you end up at this place. But any normal human being, as soon as you realize that something bad is going on, would be like, well, fuck this, I'm out of here, right? And even if I would have had an end goal there, like, we need to make sure that that goal is like strong enough to dissuade the person from wanting to leave. Or, well, like, it's fine even if the player wants to leave, but it needs to at least seem reasonable that the player character does want to stay. Does that make sense? How you doing, Vintage? Hope you're doing well, man. Made sense? Yeah. So I think we do need to add something there. And currently I am leaning towards the thing with potentially going like a little bit on a little bit of like a private investigator type route, or like investigative journalists. So that would be something similar to Outlast. Because that gives you a clear reason for why you're going here, because you have something you actually need to investigate or look into. And it also gives you a better reason of why you need to stay here, because, well, you need to actually investigate the thing, right? Like, just going here is not enough. It also gives you a better reason for why you need to break into the house. Because that's another issue we have right now, where when you're just exploring, a lot of people that playtested the demo ended up feeling a little bit like, wait, am I the fucking bad guy here? Just, it feels like you're just randomly going to this house, fucking breaking into it, going around, and some people who went ham with the hammer, anyway, like smashing things around, are like, what the fuck, am I just a burglar here, you know? Because we're not setting the scene like clearly enough, so it's kind of funny. But I feel like going in the like PI or investigative journalists type thing it doesn't have to be a professional reason, but it makes sense. It's very easy to go with the like professional route, as in like you're going here because of your profession, that is. But we can't go full on like, you cannot be like a actual detective or like police officer, because that introduces other issues where the first question, if you are like actually a part of the police force, is why wouldn't you have a gun? You know? And that introduces some issues, because I'm not sure I want to give the player a gun. So then the reason why I feel like a private investigator or like a investigative journalist or something feels like a good middle ground is because like a PI basically has the same type of, or at least similar enough objectives and like reasons to a like to their goal or whatever, but they don't have the equipment. They don't have an actual gun, because that introduces way too many questions. Nerdmind, welcome in. How you doing, mate? Arthur shoots as well. Achtung, and Amisis Morjesta. How you doing? Hope you're doing good, guys. Well, we successfully recorded the motion capture animations. Now I can start messing around with them to make them Unity compatible. This is going to take a while. Good to have your stream, give them motivation. Just we needed. Cheers, man. And best of luck with that, Lion. I'm sure it's gonna turn out great. Well, I have one little note about the driving in the intro. The final numbers on the speedometer are often red. Oh, which is your accent color. Could look nice with a glow similar to the real lights. That's a pretty good idea. I didn't think about that. But yeah, that does indeed fit the color scheme as well. That's a good shout, Vintage. Because you're alright, I think that is fairly universal. Breaking every light bulb with a hammer, you're giving me nice room for role-playing. Greed is most of the time a valid reason to do unreasonable actions. Well, that's a fair point as well. But I don't know, I don't know if it would be strong enough in this context. I think that's a good enough reason to do something unreasonable, as in like, or is it enough for some people? I'm not saying I would do this, but for some people, greed is a valid, sufficient reason to do something unreasonable or maybe immoral. However, a lot of people probably would still follow through when it comes to something that puts like a lot of danger onto your actual life and stuff. Do you know what I mean? Like, as soon as, like, say that you go in here and you encounter a fucking 4 meter tall giant monster. Not that you're gonna do that, it's just me throwing out something random. Like, is greed enough to stay there? I feel like most people probably are gonna run away with the tail between the legs or whatever. Great, lurking and working, good to hear it, man. I hope you've been well in Nerdmind. Can I also shout out one thing that bugs me? That light switch in the first room is on the wrong side of the room. Yeah, I have that in a few places where the light switches are a little bit weirdly placed. I think the biggest thing right now is the fact that I don't have a sidewall light switch because the art needs to be different. And I kind of need to sort that out. Because there are a few places where the light switch is positioned in a bit of a weird spot. And sometimes we won't be able to fix it, because it will just... Like, if you walk in through a room straight forward and there's no other doors, technically the light switch should be behind you, but we can't have a light switch behind you. So there are gonna be exceptions, but there are definitely places where it would make a lot more sense, like the clock room, for example, to put it on the side wall instead. That is a good shout. Yeah, but it might be down on luck in life, and this is the scope that would change it. Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, no, you do have a point. That is fair. 4 meter tall monster promised? No. Shoot, the detailing train is here, baby. Derailing. Ouch. Smalls the kobold, welcome in, man. Good to have ya. Let me see how it would look with the red thing is. That's usually on like the higher speeds, right? On the speedometer. 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 Yeah. Anyway, if anyone hasn't, make sure to go on wishlist Shroud of Bloom on Steam. Demo available right now. Go and check it out. Pretty sure it's not a speedometer, but varvmätaren. That might be, yeah, the RPM. Car dashboard. Let's look at a few. I think it can be on both. This one doesn't have it. Yeah, because this is RPM, right? Whereas this is the speed. Yeah, RPM, speed, yeah. You could do it on the fuel one as well. And the other one might be heat. Oh wait, but I only have 3. So in that case we could say like this is the RPM and maybe this, no. Yeah, and this is the fuel, maybe. I'm playing it through again because you added another achievement. I did indeed. That one might be a little bit tricky. I actually don't know how many people have gotten it yet. Let me see what the percentage is at right now. Just out of curiosity. 5.7% of players have gotten the new achievement. Obviously the majority of players didn't play with this achievement, so that's gonna make it way lower. But it has increased, so there's definitely people who are getting it. But I know that that's like a collectible achievement, which does have, you know, a few that are a little bit more hidden. Yeah, it seems potentially like the most common thing is indeed... this one does have red here as well. Now this is some quick reference guide, but I think it can be on both. It seems like probably it's more common to see it on the RPM meter or whatever you call it. I could make all of the pointers red too. Maybe that one is a little bit harsh. Let me just see what this would look like. Yeah, I think that red is a little bit too much. And then say this is fuel, we can do something like this. Because I definitely don't mind getting the accent color in there a little bit more. And potentially we could do this as well. Oh, the only tough thing is that all of a sudden it feels a little bit more like a racing car. I don't know why. This gives me more of like a racing car feel. But I do think it looks pretty good. And like I said, I don't mind getting the accent color in a little bit more whenever it makes sense. So I might actually go for this. Mine has both, but you're probably right, RPM is more universal. Typically only the tip of the dial is a different color. Typically yes, which makes it easier to read at night. What about with the glow effect? Yeah, we could try. That does require me to get this into engine. But to be fair, wait, I only need to export the car sheet. So that's not too tricky. Maybe we are a racer. Maybe that's the profession. Good afternoon, TechBots North. How you doing, man? With the 5 stream streak. Cheers, man. Also, Chappy, did you see my previous message above? Maybe I didn't. Let me see. Typically only the tip of the dial is a different color, typically Oh yeah, wait. Was that the one you meant? That one I did see. May I offer good sir, a key? A key to what? The key to life? The key to a game? We could try only doing the tip too, just the tip. I think I might prefer having the whole thing be red. Could make these darker too if I wanted to. Potentially fill this in as well. Maybe not those. But I don't mind this, I actually think it does look pretty good. I think we should keep it a little bit too... We shouldn't go too far with it. When we start adding too much red, I start feeling like we are driving a fucking Ferrari here, which I don't know if that's what I want. Maybe that is what we want. Fuck it, let's make it a Ferrari. No, we put one of these... shit, what do you call this? I have no idea what you call this in English. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, boy, fucking full on muscle car here. Looks like a flip sack of balls, but okay. Oh, my playtest is now on Steam. Let's go, man. Sure, man. I'll check it out. Let's go, Ferrari. Yeah, send the rich billionaire to the murder mansion, exactly. I don't super mind this. Would balance out the accent color too, since we only have that in the rearview mirror right now. Fuck it. Let's try it. Let me see how many did I do. I assume I only did 4. Cutscene driving car. Yep, that is only 4 sprites. And then, oh yeah, I need the opacity layer there, right? Okay, so we don't want to have the...
What's that?
Spectacular! Getting his own check-in redeem. Absolutely mad. How you doing, man? Make the car drivable? Fuck you. That's not happening. Hope you're doing well, Spectacular. Good to see you, man. Do I don't think it matters. Layer 1. I think we need the mirror. But we don't want the outside. No mana, no forest, no moon, no road, no horizon, and no background. And this should have a small opacity layer, which it does. And then we're gonna go back here. Oh shit, wait, where did I draw this? Okay, we did it on the mirror background, that's fine. Okay, let's remove that for now, and then we're gonna go to our I guess a bit of this is on the gauge pointer thing, yeah. And then we have the interior, no, the car base, no. Oh, dashboard. That is its own one. And that one I suppose never changes, so can I not just link this? Should be fine. Okay, so let's start with the dashboard. I think I'm gonna add a few extra ones here. We're gonna go, let's make this into the... Is there a proper term for this in English? Like the RPM meter? I don't know, did I want those in the darker color? Maybe. Put in 4-wheel physics. Point and click driving, how does it sound? I don't even know how that would work. It would work easily from a top-down perspective, like... Or we just make it as, oh my god, Google Streets driving, do you know what I mean? Click on the road. It would be basically the same way you click in the game to move around. It would actually work for a car too. I'm not doing it, I'm just saying that it would work. Oh, maybe... What if we made something like this? Like that is the end one. And maybe this is the start. Ooh, that's not too shabby. Okay, and then gauge pointer thing. I think I might do these in the darker color. And then maybe the middle one we make a bit brighter. Maybe. Obviously, no matter what, we're gonna need to check how this looks in engine, because with the post-processing and the lighting and stuff, it is going to change a little bit. Oh, I don't need to do that one. Fuck it, let's try it. Let's select the first 4 frames and we are going to export this. Over, in here. Cutscene driving car. Oh, wait. Am I exporting this as a... This is not what I want. I want sprite sheet. Then I want to make sure that we only do layers. I want visible frames. I want selected. There we go. This should change into cutscene driving car, replace, export. Okay, let's see if that worked. did indeed. Google Street 2D driving simulator for only $59.99 exactly. Wait, this is a bit loud. Yeah, I don't mind that. Does even it out a little bit more with the accent color. I quite like it. Scarlett, welcome in. How you doing? I think that is pretty nice. I love it. Cheers, man. Yeah, I like it. Good shout, thanks for the idea, Vintage. I do need to fix the light switches at some point too. That's not, I wouldn't say that's like the biggest priority. Ooh, we have a new Shroud of Gloom clip on YouTube. From Dear Darling Honey Boy. Oh shit, is this gonna be... Okay, potential spoilers for anyone that hasn't played the demo. Like 1 minute of potential spoilers. If you haven't played the demo, maybe just mute for a little bit. Let's have a look.
Journal. My journal has been updated. Will you give me anything if I hit you? Alright. Oh no. Long gone. Long gone. Oh! I'm scared now.
I did watch the VOD of this guy playing the game or the demo. I've already seen it. It was a pretty fun. It was a fun playthrough.
Horribly scared. Oh, that's blood. I'm scared to do anything. Hey guys, I'm scared of this horror thing. I don't know where it is. I'm a dumb fuck. If I was a dumb fuck. You know he's scared because he's singing. Yes. Joe?
I didn't include the jump scare. He did get proper jump scared at the end. Show him some love. Anyway, so what are we doing? Potentially sorting out a new intro. Maybe doing some new puzzle. I did think of one new puzzle that we could do. Another kind of half brute forcey puzzle, but it could be fun. Got him. Sorry I had to step away for a second. No worries, Vintage. How do they start Outlast again? I think that is also... Damn, I'm doing very similar to Outlast. That's also a driving scene, isn't it? No, I think they have a bit of text first, then you drive, and then you look at a computer. Right? I think that's how they do it. Yeah, I don't think this is right. I don't think this is the actual start. I am almost guaranteed that the game starts with some text before you get into that driving scene. I'm almost guaranteed that they explain who you are with text first. No, I don't trust this. I don't think that is the actual start. Oh yeah, I started watching Edmund Macmillan play his new game Eugenics, or well, his upcoming game. Actually looks pretty cool. Some D&D inspirations in there as well. Okay, here we start in from the get-go. I am so sure. Yeah, I knew it. So... Oh wait, Outlaws demo. Oh shit, this is different. Let's have a look at this one. But yeah, this is how the game actually starts. So you get a little bit of a text setting the scene. Oh well, this explains the game. But then here they actually start explaining that you are Miles Upshur, an investigative reporter. Always willing to risk digging into stories no other journalist would dare investigate. You will seek out a dark secret at the heart of Mount Massive Asylum. So this is how the game actually starts, and then I think they flip into the car scene. Which does give a little bit more narrative as well, I think. It's not a 100% copy of Outlast yet, true. Another thought is, at night time the displays are glowing so you can see them, maybe adding some glow to the white parts of the dial too. Yeah, we could do that. Fairly easy, just add a little light source even.
Dare investigate. You will seek out the dark side as long as you can. What was the choices? Running, I'm out of breath really fast when I run. Hiding doesn't last very long most times. Dying, I haven't tried it yet, but I hear it's bad.
So then you get into the car, which is fairly similar to my intro scene. To be fair though, in my car, you are on the right side. Which is technically the wrong side, but you know what I mean. I don't know if the radio explains anything important, or whether that's just fluff. Is there some environmental storytelling with the radio? Did this have subtitles? This seems like fluff. Yeah, I think this is just for immersion, right? I don't know, maybe it's some small little hints to something secret, I don't know, but it seems kinda fluffy. That's a nice shot, seeing like the sign there. But then here I think they do something more. If I'm not mistaken, it's been a good while since I played this. I never finished it, but I have played it. Press official. That's interesting. Yeah, so here you get to read. This is basically the inquiry to you to go and investigate this, right? So this is a email from some guy. You don't know me, have to make this quick, blah blah blah. Terrible things happening there, don't understand it, blah blah. It needs to be exposed. So this is what I mean, like, if we're gonna go this route of kind of being some type of investigative journalist or private investigator type thing, I feel like it would kind of work to do something like this. Not necessarily in this exact way, but basically get in some, like, the inquiry from someone to be like, hey, you need to go and check this out. And I think since if you're not being an actual police officer or whatever, I think the good thing that we could do is something where, to explain why it's not a police officer, you could go something like, there's no evidence for yada yada yet, so the police won't investigate it. Therefore, I have contacted you. Do you know what I mean? I feel like something like that could work. And then maybe after reading this, that's when we instead flip into the car scene. So we kinda reverse this a little bit, where I'm thinking maybe you start by a table, you pick this one up and you read it. And then when you close this and you know like the story, that's when we go into the car scene and you arrive at the house. Do you know what I mean? Nemf, welcome in, man. How you doing? I feel like that could work. Has anyone else had issues with the save, by the way? I swear I put the right code in the first time, but I had to do it a few times before it worked. It depends on how you define issues. I think people have issues figuring out the code, but I don't know of any issues with actually entering the code, if that makes sense. If you would be like a journalist, this kind of makes sense. To maybe do something like this. Press official, blah blah blah. Hanging in the rearview mirror. Not that I would straight up copy this, whatever, I'm just saying that it makes sense. Environmental storytelling, yeah. Ooh, no wait, this is this the RPM meter? I think it is, just that's the speedometer. I always enter the wrong codes first to test the toasts, nice. Yeah, I did a few extra ones of those hints. Yeah, I feel like doing something similar here, but kind of flipping it. Maybe we could even start with you sitting at like a table or something. I mean, this is supposed to be in England or something, so I guess you should be sitting at a pub. And then you get to read the letter. The only thing that becomes tricky here, the way it works in my game, is that whenever you open a inspectable object, you click on it to close it, right? I can't have the player accidentally close it. Oh, no, I can. As long as closing the document isn't the thing that takes you into the car scene. So maybe you have to click... You can't see the door. If you're at a pub, that wouldn't make sense at least. You could be sitting at home. Because I was thinking we could have done something to make it work with like the rest of the game. We could have had like a table. And on this table, we put a little document. And clicking on this document will bring it up so you can read it and you get the information, you get the backstory of the game. And then maybe there's like a door over here. Do you know what I mean? And then clicking there is like, okay, I want to go and start the game. Or we go full on Outlast. This would require less work as well. What if you're sitting in the car? Similar to here, how you picked this up while in the car. What if I put it on the like on top of the dashboard? Is that possible? Might be a bit tricky the way I've drawn this. But then how do you start? I guess we could put a ignition somewhere. Do you know what I mean? Maybe you start like standing still in the car. clicking on this is going to open the letter where you can read the backstory. And then you can put that down. If you accidentally put it down, you can click it again. And then when you're ready to start, you can click on like the key, which maybe should be on the other side. I mean, it's always on the right side in art class. How is it in the UK? I mean, it feels like it makes sense to start it with the right hand. Do they flip? Where the fuck? Wait. UK car. No, I guess they flip everything. Or do they actually put the... Oh, is this one of those like click to start things? I think I'm too fucking blind. Where are my Brits when I need you? Oh shit, that is on the right side. It made sense. It feels more natural to grab it with the right hand, but holy shit, it feels odd to have the key be like closest to the door. That feels so fucking odd, man. Is that the standard in the UK? It might be. Make a table in newspaper, you can click to find an interesting article. The functionality of putting numbers in seemed to work, but it didn't unlock. Then I tried a few different numbers, tried that one I thought was right again, and it worked. Might be me. I think it should be fine. I'm not aware of any issues. I'm not saying that there's an impossibility that it could be one. But I feel like that would have come up more. But I will keep it in mind. I hope you realize how wrong this whole right side driving is. I do. But otherwise UK is such a perfect setting. Yeah, I think it makes sense. Because otherwise... Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know why. But I just envision this game taking place in like the UK. But for that to make sense, we do need to be driving on the right side, which is the wrong side. Do police officers in the UK have guns? I don't... do they? No, I think they do. Isn't it like... What is it? Norway where they don't? I think they do. I mean, at the airport I've even seen police officers in London with fucking machine guns. Which, as, you know, as a Swedish person who, you know, rarely sees that stuff, it feels fucking odd seeing someone casually walk around with a fucking big old machine gun. Because even in Sweden that would be fairly rare to see. No, in England, normal police don't carry guns? Okay. Yeah, Norway don't generally, at least, yeah. Yeah, I do suppose there's a few factors. I suppose then what Yacha said, it might be, the reason I saw them might have been also because it was an airport. It might have been specifically airport police where they might have higher security. Makes sense, right? There's nothing that makes me more insecure than a policeman in the airport with a shotgun. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. For me, as someone who's not a... you know, I'm not an American, I'm not that used to seeing like machine guns casually carried around. It feels odd, it definitely feels a bit odd. Not that that's the only place. I've seen, what is it, in Spain as well? I know I've seen like police officers casually stand outside buildings with like machine guns, and I get like tensed up. I'm like, okay, do you know what I mean? Automated weapons make me feel like maybe I shouldn't hang around here. Yeah, it kinda is that way, I agree. I saw something similar in Paris, train station, heavy guns on police, yeah. I don't know, for me I think it's probably because I'm so unused to it, but I feel, it actually does make me feel a bit odd. Machine gun, so European, it needs to be a bazooka, exactly. Dark Muppets here, good to have ya. Dials used to depend on the car. Often the bigger differences were between the European versus Japanese Korean. Indicator / wiper starts often switch to on the opposite sides of the wheel. Interesting. What about... Okay, so, my fellow UK people. Is it standard then to have the ignition, like the key on the... But this is on the left. That's a right side steering wheel, but the key is... But this is an odd car. But on like a standard car, is the key on the right? Like right to the steering wheel? These are the kind of things that you don't really consider. I've never like thought of this before because I never had to think about it. Because here I feel like we always have the key on the right side of the steering wheel, if you have the normal key, that is, if you don't have like a fancy button starting car. But that obviously is like to the center of the car. Whereas if they keep it on the right side, it would be against the door instead. Same was surprised as fuck. Yeah, I don't know. For me personally, I actually do get a little bit uncomfortable when I see like police officers casually carrying like, you know, fully automatic machine guns and stuff. It feels odd. It makes me feel odd. GNA, welcome in. What do we have here? Yeah, ignition key. That is to the right. 20 common words used to destroy Trump, blah blah blah. That is on the right hand side. So not towards the center. Which makes sense, because most people are right hand... Whoa, wait, this just blew my mind, I just realized. Oh fuck, I never thought about this. UK people shift gears with the left hand. Oh, that is so... I don't know how I've never thought about this before. Obviously I know they drive on the right side, but... They shift with the left hand, that's so fucking awkward. Oh, that feels so wrong. Holy shit, I've never considered that. I've never thought about it. That feels so odd. Fuck, I don't know. Not only do I have to drive on the wrong side, but then I'm gonna shift with the wrong hand. I would need to like... If I would have to learn to drive in the UK, I would need to like rewire my entire brain. Holy shit. That... At least they put the clutch... Imagine they swapped the clutch as well, that would have been mad. Fuzzlings, welcome in. 5 stream street from Dark Muppeteer, cheers man. With a Google search, it looks like they have it both sides. I have seen both. I wonder what's the most common. Mostly right-hand biased. Some old ones had it in the middle of the center console. Yeah, at least they're not reversing clutch and gas pedal. Yeah, that would have fucked me up. I used to live in the UK, now live in Canada. I now drive automatics instead of manual. Yeah. Isn't that more common in the Americas in general, or at least in North America? Isn't it like a lot more common with automatic cars? I mean, it is getting more common here as well, but I would expect still majority of the cars you see in Sweden being manual, and I think the same goes for UK as well. You rewire after a few hours top, it only sounds so bad. Yeah, that might be the case. It feels really odd, like, you know, my first like emotional reaction is like, it feels so awkward, but you're probably right, you probably do learn it fairly quickly. I mean, if I can't see it in the center, I assume it is on the right. Yeah, that's on the right. I think it would be. It feels odd, but I think it seems like the most common might be to have it on the right-hand side. Which is technically the same as we do, but obviously it becomes different because the right-hand side is towards the center, not towards the door. So in that case we would have the ignition here and then maybe put a letter here. I feel like this could work. Also a little bit, this does manage the scope a little bit better. Because I don't need to make an entirely new scene for it. We could just be standing still. I think we would do a fade out though, like when you start a car, I think we would have like a startup sound. And then we fade out, and then we fade into the scene when you're driving, and maybe then we remove the letter. Because I don't want to remove the letter after you pick it up and read it. Because if you accidentally close it, then you can't get it open again. Also the reason why I don't want to automatically start the car when you stop looking at the letter. Would be like opening the letter. If you accidentally close it, then you can open it again. And then when you're ready, you press the ignition to start a car. We fade out the scene, and then we fade it back in as you're driving. I feel like that could work. In British English cars, the ignition is typically on the right-hand side of the steering column, similar to other right-hand drive countries like Japan. Okay. Yeah, so then I think we should put it here. Fits and gauges, they are already fixed, but we did make them red now to get a bit more of the accent color. But we did add a few more frames earlier when we redid this drive scene, so everything is a little bit smoother now. What's really weird is driving over to Europe from the UK via the channel and switching sides of the road. They even put a roundabout directly after you get off the train just to screw with you. Yeah, that's kind of fucked up. Because that's the things that that freak me out a little bit. The fact that you have to keep in mind that like not only are you just driving on the other side of the road, but it means the direction of roundabouts change as well, right? Like in the UK, a roundabout also is you drive to the left in a roundabout, and like I don't know, I would be a little bit scared to drive there because I just have so much muscle memory, or like it's so ingrained to me, like which side to drive on and like how to drive through a roundabout, that I would honestly be a bit scared to fuck it up. I think I would get screwed no matter how many kilometers till the first roundabout. Yeah, probably me too. Highways also feel really odd, even after over a decade, yeah. So guys, we do have some ads coming up in a little bit. I'm gonna take a short break and go fill up on some coffee, but we shall be back shortly. Okay, should we see if we could make a little... I don't know if letter actually is what I want here, but I think we could do it. I think maybe we could even follow this line. How would it look to start standing still though? I mean, we would still have the rain particles, but we just stand like this when the game starts. And then... the thing is that I kind of need to teach people what to do here. Because someone could... Oh, no, you know what we do? If they click on the ignition before having read the letter, then we could actually have a toast pop up saying like, I should probably read the letter first. That's one way to fix it, making sure that people don't accidentally turn on the ignition before having read the document. Okay, we do have some ads running at the moment, so let me take a short break and just go fill up on some coffee, and I will be right back. Cheers. And we are back. How do they flip the lane order though? I think it is... Oh wait, what do you mean by lane order? Because I think in terms of like which one is the standard one to drive on or whatever, if you have multiple lanes, I think that is mirrored as well, right? I think. You know, maybe before we do a bunch of arts, maybe we should just try whether or not this even feels good. Which I don't know exactly how to do. I guess we could do... 2 different scenes. Oh, that way, yeah, mirrored, yeah. Like if you're going to speed ahead of someone or like drive past someone, if you're gonna do an overtake, I think you call it, you would go on the left-hand lane, right? To drive past them and then go back to the right lane. Whereas it's flipped here, right? Like we would go to the right, drive past them and go back to the left. I feel like we should be able to try this. I don't know if I should... Let's see. Room to activate. No, I think we could try and just update this script to make it work. So we actually stay in this scene all the time. So let's add an image. This, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be our letter. Look what a beautiful letter. Absolutely perfect. So here on the dashboard we now have a little letter. And then... like over here we're gonna put the key. We might have to slightly change how this loads. And now on both of these we are going to make them interactable. Oh shit, wait. You're technically in the cutscene. Okay, I need to change it so that this constitutes as gameplay. So that you can interact with these. Oh damn it, I missed the rosary bead? Oh shit. I found a cool piece of paper in the bathroom this time. Ooh, nice. How many rosary beads did you get? I think in the demo currently I have 6. Yeah, missed one. I do think there's one I would probably say that's harder to spot than the others. Both of these are going to have a publish Unity event for now. Then we're gonna open the intro cutscene. Let me just hide this in case I have some spoiler script up. I'm unsure. Close all the other tabs. There we go. So here, await. What do we do? Base await. What does base await do? Okay, sure. Time until next frame. Start curating queue monologue. So we just don't do this. So on this one, we're gonna do that. So now when I start, we should actually be standing still. And then when you start the ignition, we can start that monologue. Or the actual animation. Okay, that did not work. It started anyway. Am I automatically showing the... Oh, just that's in the update function. Check for any input animation. Does this one... how do I actually change... Where do I change into... the cutscene game state? Does that not happen through here? Where would that be? Start or update maybe? Start or wait? Check for any input animation. Where do I... Is that in here maybe? Yeah, virtual void start. Cutscene play event. So what if I don't do that? Is there something else I need from the start? Yeah, I still want to deactivate this, I just don't want to publish the event. Huh. That's annoying. Okay. Oh shit, I don't have access to this either. Oh shite. This is the only place where I use this. Fuck it, I'm just gonna do this right now. Oh wait, virtual void awake. Ah! I might as well move you in here. And then only keep the event here. Now, I can skip calling the base start and say don't switch to cutscene state yet. So we just don't do anything on start. We override that one. And then first, I was missing one, but I thought it might be in the basement, so Ristin went down for it. Ah, gotcha. We're doing it live. Okay, how do we do this? We need to make sure... You monologue. Does this... Yeah, time. This waits until time until first text. So I could actually start the animation here. So we could add a bool for whether it should play the animation. Or I could go real crazy here. And I could just fuck this up somehow. Shouldn't I? Time until next frame, set that to infinity. No, that doesn't feel right. No. Okay. If... don't... play animation, then return. Like I said, it's not... we don't know if we're gonna do this. So let's just do something that works, just to test it out, whether this feels like it would be a good intro. Okay, play animation, then return. So now nothing should happen. I don't know what my game state will be. I guess by default it's going to... So yeah, we still have rain. This feels a bit odd though. It does feel a little bit odd. Oh, just we also have the sound right now. which is that, the ambience. Rain indoors, song, room ambience. I shouldn't add this ambience until you actually start driving. Because you have the background noise like the car is driving. Okay, what happens if we temporarily remove the ambience? Okay, we need to disable the map. That's gonna be in the way. Ah, shit. The fucking headlights. Is lighting up the document. Oh, but wait. Oh, easy peasy. Why have the headlights on when the car is off? So we just turn those off. So that we could even do in start. Set active false. We're gonna have a new public void. I don't need one to read the letter. I think we can handle that ourselves. But instead we're gonna have a public void start the car. And this is the one that's eventually going to start the coroutine queue monologue. It's also going to set play animation to true. No, we're gonna do a private IE enumerator called starting the car. We're gonna throw this in here. We are going to make this one start the coroutine starting the car. So that we can put a yield return new wait 4 seconds 0.5, and then we're gonna do a transition manager dot instance dot transition manager fade. Oh no, we're gonna publish a new transition fade event. Is that what I want? What is a fade event? Yeah, I think that is just fading inside of the scene, right? Fade inside scene, indeed. So we want to publish one of those, wait until we have faded out, start the animation, and cue them. I mean, we're probably not going to use the monologue here, but let's try it for now. Oh, and this is also when we once again need to say that the headlights should now, since the car is now on, we need to reactivate those. And then we also gonna need to switch. Oh damn, how do I do this? Game state changed event. I need to set the what did I do here? Oh, I published the Scheisse. Can I force the game manager to change Start game. Game started. Oh, no, no, no. No, 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 I don't need to do that. I just published the same one. We publish the cutscene play event. And that's gonna switch to the cutscene game state. Okay, the letter, you're not gonna do this. You are going to inspect item on click. We're gonna make a new item. Let me hide this for now, because we might have some spoilers here. This is probably fine though. Intro letter, sure. This is a document, inspectable. It's going to be maybe an A4. And I don't know what happens if I don't have an inspection prefab now, so I'm just gonna call this the... Shit, what do I do? Okay, we're making a new one. Sorry, I can't show this right now, just spoilers. I'm gonna duplicate that one, give me just 1 second. I'm gonna call this intro letter. Need to just set up some placeholder stuff here. Perfect. Now we have a letter. Intro letter, you should open this one. Here we can now assign the intro letter. And that should be all I need. Let me try if this works, and then I can show you guys this. Variable headlights is not assigned. Scheisse. Headlights. Where is that? Outside. Oh shit, that's 2. Okay, give you a parent object. That does not work. Override all of this. Go in here, headlight, headlight. Headlight, headlight. Empty parent. Headlights. And then we're gonna assign you here. See if that works. Now they should be disabled at the start. Does... Oh shit, we will need to turn off the brake lights as well. Yeah, now this looks fine. Now it does become a little bit dark though, so I don't know whether maybe we need to actually equip the flashlight here. I guess I could just make the entire scene a bit brighter. Like the light is on inside of the car. I already have like, maybe this is light and it is a little bit dark. Also, that one does not work. Why can't I click on this one? Interactable, highlight, default color, display raycast alpha pixels. Am I in the wrong game state here? Oh no, just why then can I open the map? Show extra information. Game state, gameplay. Yeah, because otherwise I shouldn't be able to open this. Why can't I open that one? Why is this not interactable? Inspect item on click. Should be fine. Why can't I click on this one? Oh, because no light is turned on. I see. Scene light. I need to make this a general light. And we are going to say that this is a natural general light. I see, I see. Now it should work. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. So now if you start here, you could click on this one to... Oh. Well, that's a bit odd, because I can't keep the letter there while inspecting it. Shit, I keep getting more issues. I guess what I could do is maybe pull this to the left outside of the scene as you pick it up. And then when you place this down, we like to swap it in here again. So we just move it back and forth. Oh! Oh, that's clever! Dark Muppeteer. Envelope versus the letter itself. Yeah, we could just change the sprite. Like we have a closed envelope here. When you click on it, it opens and it's actually the letter inside you pick up. When you close this one, then we close the letter again. Then we don't actually need to move this. That's pretty clever. I hope the main character uses init and bravo lots, otherwise is he even in the UK? True. What about those overhead car lights you have? The ones your dad used to tell you was illegal to turn on? Yeah, exactly, that's why I thought as well. We could add one of those, like the car is... The light is on inside of the car, rather than pick up the flashlight. Otherwise what we could do is automatically equip the flashlight as you take this up. I don't know about that. Okay, let's make this one work as well. Here we're gonna publish a Unity event. We are going to call the intro drive cutscene and say start the car. Maybe play a sound effect too. This is probably not gonna work, but I'm gonna try it. Okay, so this is a potential intro for the game. Luasoft, welcome in, man. I missed the first rosary, damn it. Oh, shit. Okay, so you would start here. Now you can pick up the letter. Okay. I understand what I'm doing here. And then we start the car. We automatically skip the text. And we arrive here. Feels like that could work. Any thoughts so far? Obviously there's some placeholder stuff in here. We would spruce up the art a little bit and stuff, but... It would minimize the workload quite a bit, since I don't need to make a new scene. Looks nice. Cheers, man. Does it need a fade out when changed into the cutscene? I guess I could leave the envelope here, because that was the main thing. It's a nice way of... Yeah, but who cares if the envelope is still there? That's probably fine, yeah. So maybe not. Maybe what we would need then is to actually... No. One of the reasons why it could be nice to do the fade out... Does that matter though? I was gonna say, so it makes it seem like you're not... You didn't happen to be right by the house. But why does that matter? Oh, we could do it the opposite way too. You know what I just realized? No, just that... Oh no, that changes things. I was gonna say, what if you stop in front of the manor after the drive, and that's when you read the letter? But then I need the player to get out of the drive. No, I think I prefer doing this first. But I don't think it actually matters, even if you would... Because you could have been driving for 15 minutes and then stopped, like once you're getting close, open the letter and then restart the car. Could even do a mix. You could have the car going at first and actually stop here to read the letter and then continue driving. That's probably overkill. Let's try it without. I think the main issue right now, not doing a fade out, is that I'm gonna need to have a lower... I'm gonna need to do something with the frame time to make sure it seems like it's getting quicker and quicker. Just otherwise you're gonna go from 0 to like 50 kilometers in an instant. Okay, then don't do this. Maybe still do a little bit of a waiting though. Let's try. I mean, that actually didn't look too bad. And then we just set a set timer on how long this one is. Remove the text. And then boom. Yeah, we probably don't need it. Should drive for a bit with the letter off screen. Have the letter slide in as you round a corner. But before seems fine, yeah. Doesn't seem bad. I understand if it's a bit harsh, then maybe you could make the fade out longer, so it seems that some time passed. Yeah. Could even put a bit of text there if we want to say something more than the letter. Not that I necessarily know if that's necessary. Could have tutorial tips here, being like, ba ba bam. Read the letter. Start the car when you're ready. You know what? I have an idea. Let's apply this. Let's go in here. Do I have my rear lights here? I do. Rear lights. Fuck it. Car lights. Why couldn't I make this its own object? You don't need to be... Because your layering shouldn't matter here. So what if I put you here and I add the rear lights as a child to that one as well? Now those will be off at start too. Engine starts, slide full shade, lights on, headlights, dash, then drive. Okay, I see what you mean. Shake. Oh, shake on click, that's not right. What do you do though? No, you shake the object. I want to... What do I do when I alert on click? I think I publish an event, don't I? Canvas shake, instance, medium shake. Let's try that one. And then maybe turn on the headlights. And then wait a little bit more before you start driving. Can I only have these. Light duration, light magnitude. Like, I kinda want maybe a lesser shake, but have it longer. Because that felt a little bit short, maybe a bit too intense. I feel like maybe a lesser shake, but longer. Or we do this with do twin. Shouldn't I shake the... maybe we don't shake the outside. We only shake the car. Okay, what if I do this? Car reflection, car lights. Those I'm gonna put on a new parent object called car objects, where I also need these two to be, because you are inside of the car. So you should shake as well. And then on this one, we add a shake on click. Now we can set this exactly how we want. Randomize. What is randomize? Oh, I do a random multiplier. We don't need to randomize this one. Let's try whatever this is. Maybe duration should be like 1.5 seconds, or maybe 1 second. Now, when you click on the ignition, we could also trigger interactable on click, and we trigger that one. Now you're gonna change the entire transform of everything except for the outside, which might look... Maybe I do want to shake the outside too. Okay, something is still not right here. I think we want more duration. Maybe a tiny bit of a delay. So you read the letter. When you're done, we start the ignition. It still feels, it feels a bit, do I need to like lower the vibrato maybe? Is that what I need? Great Grievance, welcome in man, how you doing? Oh, it slows it down, doesn't it? Okay, 1.5. 1.5. Sure, let's try that. Oh, I could make this just not trigger the cutscene, and I could try this multiple times. It feels still maybe a bit too harsh. Maybe lower the strength. Let me do this in the meantime. Intro drive cutscene starting the car. Let's not do this. Let's just stand still forever. How you doing, Grievance? We are currently working on a potential update for the intro. Where taking some inspiration from Outlast here. Maybe you start in the car just sitting still. You have this letter that explains what you're doing and why you're here, as you can clearly see. And then when the player is ready, they can start the car. And they start driving. Oh, did I still switch? Oh, I still published a cutscene event. I see. Let's not do cutscene event either. I want to make sure I get this shape right. I feel like this could work. It feels too harsh at first. Do I still need to lower the vibrato? How the fuck do I say that?
Vibrato.
Vibrato? Something like that. It feels like you would kind of want it to ease in and out. Oh shit, I'm a fucking Dumbo. I'm still shaking it with my old script as well. I'm doing 2 shakes at the same time. Now add a random chance for the engine to fail. That would be pretty fun. Little bit risky. In case someone does it, it doesn't work, and they go, oh, is that not what I'm supposed to do? That would be the only thing that makes me slightly hesitant to it. Yeah, okay, so now we need to change these values a lot. Okay, let's go back to 10 here, 0.7 in strength. Okay, way more vibrato. Let's go back to 20. No, we need more. We need more! 40! No, maybe not that one. I don't know the difference between vibrato and strength here. Strength is how, like the magnitude, how much I throw the object around. Vibrato is how often it throws, I guess. So maybe we just up the strength. Let's double the strength and see what happens. Okay. I still feel like we want it to be more now. Now it feels like it's too little. Let's go 2 strength, 25 in vibrato. It's not really doing what I want here. 44. Right, how much do I need to up this? 125 in strength. I don't think I'm understanding these variables correctly. What if I now do lower vibrato and shit ton of strength? It doesn't feel like this is changing. Is it just me, or is this not doing anything? Maybe I do need to restart. What if I put 1000, 1000? I don't think this is changing. Okay. And now we start. Is this gonna fling away now? Maybe I can't change this in runtime. I should be able to. I think the car is shaking. I think that's probably maybe a little bit too much. Potentially the car shouldn't shake this much. Okay, yeah, apparently I can't do this in play mode. I don't know why. 50-25. That is UK roads for you. I really love this new part of the game, cheers man. Just call it the vibes way easier, true. But wait, will we start the car in the middle of the road? Yes, it would. I think the way I see it right now is as if you drove here and you stopped on the way to double check the letter, something along those lines. And one of the reasons why in general we are also always driving in the middle of the road, like this is supposed to be like a small forest road or whatever, or small gravel road, whatever you wanna call it. We'll be more than happy to translate your game to Hungarian if you go with me, boss. This is gonna be a hit. Cheers, man. That is very much appreciated. I do wanna support as many languages as possible. I think you did apply, right? If anyone else is interested, I do have a form where you can apply for localization. Engine check light issue. Driving in San Francisco, and the big one hits. I still think that's a little bit much, isn't it? Okay, strength needs to go way down. Way, way, way down. I don't know why I can't change this in runtime. It feels like I should be able to. That is better, but I still think it's too much. Oh wait, was I in the... Oh! Oh wait, I was in the prefab context, is that why? I was changing the prefab but not the one inside here. Oh, that might actually be it. What if I now go 1 in strength? Yeah, okay, so... I was changing the base prefab, but that meant that the one in the scene basically became an override. Potentially. Maybe... What does vibrato do? That's how many shapes it is, right? Okay, let's lower that one to maybe 10. Maybe decrease the strength. Maybe slightly up the vibrato again. That doesn't feel too bad. I would almost even say that this feels pretty good. Oh shit, what did I do? I think I went 15... 0.7. Okay, now let's go back in here. Go into cutscene. We're gonna skip the fade event and then play the animation. technically we are not gonna have dialogue, so let's skip that one for now. I wonder how long the drive should be. I assume that like if we go with this type of thing, we should only have like a few seconds. Since it's basically an endless loop anyway. Maybe we start driving a little bit too quickly. Maybe up this delay. Maybe. Feels like the headlights should go on quicker. Maybe we turn the headlights on. But we also turn them off once. So they kind of blink a little bit as you start. Yeah, maybe 2 small blinks while it's turning on. I think that could be nice. Yeah. Yeah, I think maybe as you said, maybe 2. In that case, let's do this. Let's make a for loop. If I is less than 4. Wait, we turn them on. And so here we turn them off and then on again. The off should probably be shorter. Damn, that's a lot of work, what do you mean? Okay, wait, 4, yeah. Okay, this should only be like 2 or something. But maybe, I think they need to be quicker still. That felt a little bit too slow. All those cars starting interactions animations, yeah. Definitely getting slightly stroke creep here, but still I think this is way less than doing a completely new scene where you get the letter and then go into the car scene. Just drawing a new scene, that would probably be even more work. Okay, that's not too shabby, but I think maybe we can up this to 3, and then we can lower this to like 2 and 1. And then maybe we do one final little wait here for like 0.2 seconds before we start driving. Let's have a look. Okay, that's not too shabby. Now, let's randomize this one. Float. Random time is equal to random range between 0.15 and 0.3. And then we pause you in here. So it doesn't feel as static. I feel like this could be good. Potentially. That did feel a lot more natural. When it's not as perfectly on, off, it feels a lot more natural, as what you would kinda expect. And then of course we need to introduce the sound as well, which I'm not entirely sure how to do. Yeah, life is random indeed. Just now we never play the car driving sound. So we need to add a room ambience. How do I do that? I don't have a reference to the room, do I? No. Get component room dot add dot play dot change room ambience. And then we pass in the car ambience. New ambience, original ambience. What if can I set the original as null? This might not work. Random or pseudo-random? Life is like a person whose every other sentence is, what if it were different? And then, well, you haven't seen this yet. This could break. I'm not entirely sure. I don't know if I null check that thing and what happens if I do so. I don't think we ended up getting a ambience. Does not look that way. Oh, what if I... Okay. So I create an ambience that is null. That might actually solve it. This is fucking duct tape all over, but if it works, it works. That does not work. That does not work. And if it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. Huh. Ha. Okay. Should I trigger play room ambience? No, I can only change it. That is a bit weird. If original ambience is null. New room ambience. So wait, this should work then. This should work. Did I just not hear it? So I shouldn't need anything here. Change room ambience. Original ambience, new ambience. Oh, did I not assign the ambience, you fucking Dumbo? Of course. Okay, fair enough. Did you assign the car ambience? I did not. I did not. Okay, let's have a look here. Ambience, scriptable objects. We are going to do car driving. Assign you here. Yeah, that should probably fix it. So guys, we have some ads coming up in a little bit. Life is like a box of chocolates and I don't like sweets. Okay. There we go. Then we do a few seconds of this and then you automatically end up at the house. Sure. Couldn't I do that now if I just don't cue the monologue and I check what do I do at the very end? I cue end scene. So that's all I need to do, right? No, wait, that is if the manner is seen. Okay, so if the text is finished, what do I do? Outside array manner sprite, but I only do that if the current frame is 0. Okay, that's a bit confusing. We'll figure something out here. Let me just take a short little break here. I'll be back in just a minute or so. Dark Muppets here with the Prime resub. You absolute legend. Or the Prime subscription, rather. Thank you very much, man. Truly do appreciate it. So now, instead of ads, you can get my Be Right Back scene, because I do need to go quickly, but I'll be back in just a minute. Thank you very much, man. Truly do appreciate ya. And we are back. Just good morning, man. Welcome in. How you doing? Just missed the ads cuts off. Oh, damn. Mentioned dash lights earlier. Would be a nice polish item. Yeah. Let's see if we can do that, because that is really easy. We just add some extra lights to the car lights. This is the entire object that we enable and disable. Let's turn on lighting here. Maybe just duplicate one of the headlights. Oh shit. The car is unlit. I just realized. It's only the outside that's lit. Why is that? I guess I could... If I make it semi-lit, then... Okay, what happens? Car. What happens if I make you lit? This could cause some other issues. That definitely causes issues. Interesting, interesting. Welcome back, good sir. Cheers, man. You're doing good, Joss. Nice to hear. I'm doing well too. Working on a little updated version of the intro to the game here. They have the pop-up window that you can turn sound back on, so I didn't miss anything. Oh, I see, I see. I would have to make a new lit version of only the dash lights, but then I still need to animate those. So we need a new array of sprites that we can animate, only make these parts lit, and then add the lights here. That would kind of be the solution. Maybe the lights should be stronger. I might skip this for now. We might try it, but it's gonna be a little bit of work. Should I up the intensity on the headlights? Maybe up the outer radius. I don't mind that. Maybe. Maybe up it a bit at least. Let's see if we can, let's start off doing this, see if we can actually end this, which I think we can. Oh, is text finished? That's the one I set. Okay. Okay, starting the car. Play animation. Then we wait a little bit. What is up, Strom? How you doing, man? How long should this animation be? 2.5 seconds or something? Let's do that and then say that the text is finished. This is very much a workaround. 12 minutes. Oh, that would be fun. Let's see how this feels. I think this is one of them things you just have to try. Okay, so you can read the letter, you can start the car, start driving, and then you arrive at the manor. Maybe longer? I don't know if I would mind it being a little bit longer. 3 seconds, maybe? Let's double it first and see if that feels too long. It tends to be better to make drastic changes and then tweak them. Hmm. 1 minute. Seastron, welcome in, man. Drastic is better. Yeah, it tends to be. Okay, maybe a bit. That felt like I started to feel a little bit like, isn't something gonna happen? That might be slightly too long. Maybe 3 is right. Right in between. Jin, welcome in. How you doing? 2 hours, so you passed the Steam return window. Oh, dude, that would be funny. The worst thing is that what actually would happen is that people would quit out before the 2 hours have passed and then definitely refund it. Okay. Make it so they can't exit the game. Just occasionally pop up different road signs. So tired of moving things from every room in the condo into the living room. We got windows being replaced tomorrow. My back is hurting already. Damn, sorry to hear that, Jin. Maybe. Have you had the spooky thing appear in the rearview mirror as a random chance, or have a small chance she appears among the trees? That could be cool. Add a little, almost like a little Easter egg or something. How you doing, Chappy? How's the game going? So far so good. Trying to come up with a new idea for the intro here. So far I'm feeling pretty good about it. I do think that like initially when you go into the scene, it looks better to be driving. But I think this would be better in terms of setting the scene. I think so. Sounds fun, I'm doing floors, everything is out of my office except the PC desk. To be honest, I have some concerns about this start car button. How so, Fuzzlings? Not sure why every week I get off work, I end up doing housework. Did you add those anime boobs? I did not, Wakacha. That will be the secret ending of the game. Changed the flooring myself 2 years ago, removed carpet and added flooring, then upstairs unit flooded out. 6 months later, I had to replace the floor again. Fucking hell. PC and desk need to move in the morning or before I go to sleep, but I don't want to think about it. Hope the flooring goes well. If there's a secret anime boob ending, I will play until I get it. Maybe this is how I increase the playtime. Okay. Should we see if we can make a little letter that actually looks a bit better. Wait, maybe I don't want to follow this line perfectly. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe I want to do something like this. Hey yo, welcome in, how you doing?
Jinx challenges the community to a marble race.
Let's do it! Add the anime boobs as a reward for 100%ing the game. It gives enemies anime boobs and adds cleavage at the bottom of the screen at all times. Thankfully, did you get it on insurance, Jin? But just the hassle on time was hell, yeah. Going to play chess with my PC desk for the floor, not going to be fun. Marble race indeed, let's boot it up, ladies and gentlemen, the first one for today. Jin as the challenger, do you have a preferred map? Let's also start a little prediction here, as the new tradition is. Whether or not you think that our challenger, Jin, will win. 2 minutes to gamble away your points. Do so now. Teleporter, let's do it. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to join the race, type ! join in the chat. The prediction is also up, in case anyone wants to gamble some points. Currently, we have 4,000 points bet against the challenger. No believers as of right now. Never mind, 100 points on the believer. 4,000 points on the believer. Almost 8,000 points against them. So far, we're sitting at 65% non-believers. Also, this is why, even though insurance is a scam for the most part, when they do pay out, it saves you a lot of headaches, yeah. Yeah, the irony with, like, insurance is that it's worth it if something happens, right? But that's, like, the annoying thing, because you don't know if something will happen. Like, if something happens, you're fucked if you don't have it. But at the same time, if you go throughout your entire life and you never need to use it, then it's, like, technically speaking, it was a waste of time, right? And even so, like, what if it takes you 10 years for something to happen? Now you might have actually saved up enough money to pay it, and maybe you would have earned more money that way. But of course, this is the thing where it saves you the stress of having to worry about something happening, right? So most of the time it's probably worth it, or like it feels like it's worth it. But you'll never truly know in some regard. Yeah, it's worth a peace of mind, that's kind of what it is. The prediction is almost over. If you want to gamble some points, do so now. 7,000 points on the challenger. 43,000 points against the challenger. Holy shit, we have a lot of points bet against the challenger. If Jin ends up winning this, there could be a big return on the investment for the believers, but you never know. If anyone else wants to join, type !join in the chat. We're gonna start in about 10 seconds. This is going to be an interesting one. 14% believers. 14% of the votes are on the believers. They would get a massive payout if Jin manages to win this. So far we have Wakacha, Ayo and Fuzzlings in the lead. Wakacha does get behind her as Fuzzlings and Ayo become the first one into the Plinko section. Fuzzlings taking a really good route there. First into the swooshes, does get stopped up a little bit, but manages to get through. We have Vintage getting thrown out, but still in the lead here. We have Fuzzlings and Vintage. Going into the second teleporter, where Fuzzlings does get caught, but manages to still get through the fan and will end up as the winner. Vintage, second place, Dark Muppeteer, Fuzzlings, Ayo, Fuzzlings, Ayo, Fuzzlings, Vintage, Ayo, Fuzzlings. Holy shit. Some people absolutely dominating the leaderboard. Unfortunately, the challenger Jin nowhere to be seen. Here we have 2 Jin marbles entering the goal, another one. Dark Muppeteer got caught but managed to get through. Is that the last one? No, we have a Vintage still struggling through the last spinners here, but does eventually make it through. Really struggling though. Second winner is officially Vintage, aka last place. There's a reason why I put 8k. Wasn't it me and Fuzzlings last time? It might have been. Chill guys, I got it. That is every marble in the goal. Unfortunately, that does mean that the challengers did not win this one. So the points will be split amongst the non-believers. With that, we are going to end the prediction and get back to work. Thanks for playing, guys, as always. What we're doing? Drawing. That's what we're doing. How do I want to do this? Do I want to do this? Maybe. Maybe I don't want it all the way out against the edge. Maybe I want both corners visible. Maybe. We are in dire need of the fastest time leaderboard. That would be fun. Be right back. Now, where's Sistron? I train after hours. Imagine if Mad Sharpie had a command !jump when you can make a marble jump once for a race. Ooh. And rig it even more, shaking my head. Or dash for short dash. Could be fun. The only thing that becomes tricky is the fact that you guys will always have a delay. So it's not gonna be exactly when you're gonna need to like predict when you need to do it. That looks a bit shite. Shouldn't I flip this? That should almost be perfect, right? Maybe I wanna keep the old... Why can I delete this? Oh, do I have something selected? I do.
I'm lurking over here.
Thank you for lurking, Jin. Gonna lurk while I break my bad wax seal? Yeah, we could actually make it so you even have to open this first and then maybe even pick out the paper itself. Or do it in multiple steps. Thing is that we kind of want it to look like the key is in here. Maybe. Because then what we could do is just to rotate this when you turn the car on. Right? Maybe it's one of those fancy push start cars with a button instead of a key. You could do that, but question is, when did we start using those? I feel like that's a fairly recent thing. I don't know how new I want this car to be. Oh, you know what would really make this feel a lot more like a... What if I made keys hanging down from this? Or is this silly? Wait, what? Something here is not going my way. I see, it would be like this. If it's gonna be... I don't know if it's good making this the same size though. Maybe. I'm not sure I like this. I mean, it does read a lot more like cheese compared to this. I don't know. Push to start is early 2000s, I guess. Late 90s? 97 Prius had it? Oh, really? It feels newer. 1912 Cadillac replaced the crank with a push-button start. Damn, really? 1912? Yeah, but I wouldn't say it was common. Anime boobs cheat chain. Oh, you know what you could do? Rather than having cheese hang down, you could have a tag, right? Car key. Or like one of these. As well. That could maybe help sell it. And it would be easier than making like multiple keys hanging down. That looks like a person. Um, What if I add some buttons? I could also just do it the other way. That would require... Then I can skip making the buttons, or if I wanted to, I could even put the buttons here. accidental anime boobs. Side booba. I kinda did it accidentally. Although hanging things right means you have to deal with them if you want to turn the key off. That is true. But probably not too bad, because I could still take... I would take this and flip it, and then somehow make it so it hangs off the side instead. It doesn't feel right. Because now it looks like just random, like, and like it has the same exact shape. That doesn't really do well either, unless I make this into another key. I mean, I could hide this a lot more by just lowering it. That might be fine. Maybe. She needs more curves. Lupo, welcome in. Hello Zaya, have you finished the skeleton game yet? I have not. We might actually continue it a little bit today. Tesla had wireless power ideas, that would have been great. Okay, fuck it, we're gonna try this. I'm gonna hide quite a lot of this. I think I'm gonna remove that. And technically this should not be filled. I don't know if I could have made the key... No, this would be too small, right? That's gonna feel odd, isn't it? I think so. Okay, let's try this. I am going to cut all of those. I might make a new sprite sheet for this. Not a sprite sheet, but a... Oh, I guess it is a sprite sheet. Is it? What's the definition of a sprite sheet? Cutscene driving props, I'm gonna call this. Export. That's no good. We're gonna do multiple No compression, no filter. We're gonna add read/write and we're gonna apply. Let's take 2 extra pixels around it. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah, it'll be like that. Now apply. I don't know, it's very possible that I'm gonna need to do some tweaks to this, but I wanna try and see how it looks at least. Props. Driving. Maybe. Pum 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 pum. Let's call this one letter. Gonna duplicate that one. And I line you like here. Make you pixel perfect. Something like that. And now, I think both of these, you can actually do the same thing. In that case, I might need to add a little paper here. Notice then the paper is going to be visible when you open it. Fuck it, I'm just doing this. On this one, I would like to add a switch object on click, where the new object will be this other letter. Ignition. So this is going to be the default one. And I'll put you like here. That should be pixel perfect. Looks like it. And we're gonna move you a bit further to the right. Maybe something like so. Then here we're also gonna add a little switch object on click. You're gonna deactivate yourself. You're gonna activate the new one. And this one, we're gonna remove all of this. And we're gonna make you non-interactable. We're gonna switch the sprite into this one. Disable you. Let's see how that feels. Lupo with the 5-stream streak. Cheers, man. Let me catch up with chat here. Wireless powered, like no batteries? Damn. Every time I visit the stream, this song starts to play. Is it on loop or something? Well, I use the same playlist, and it does have a finite number of songs. I don't know how many are in this. I think it's like 100 something. 125 songs. This should be my song. Why is Unity flashbanging every time it opens a new window? Wait, am I doing that? Wait, I'm confused. When I open a new window... Oh! You're right. I think this is what you mean. It's like a 0.1 second flashbang there. Huh. I haven't noticed. Is that just some in play mode? No, it still does it. Interesting. Yeah, it's funny, I enter the exact time that song starts playing. Maybe it's just inherently your theme song. Just a Unity peasant thing. Shut up, Wakacha. Unity's great. Okay, let's see how this feels now. I still need to do the thing so you can't start the car until you've read the letter. Damn, is the letter a bit small? Perspective-wise, it feels like it might be a bit small here. Now you can still click on this one to open it again. Then when you're ready, you can turn on the key. And you'll drive up to the manor. I do kind of need the map to be disabled here though. Documents, let's disable those. Speaking of this wireless energy, there were ideas to put those charges into the road itself. Oh yeah, I think I heard about that. You lose way less energy this way since the distance is now much smaller, but it was not plausible for now. Now only like real life application I've heard was wireless mousepad which charges your mouse. I have it for my phone. I have this little thing that constantly charges my phone. I guess it depends on, like, the phone is charged wirelessly, but that one is obviously plugged in. So yeah, again, that would be the same thing as in like my phone is literally touching it. It's not like touchless. Now I think the issue would be that I'm not gonna have my map when I go in here, am I? Yeah, now the map is disabled. So that's a new issue. Okay, so what we do instead is that we keep the map active. And then maybe we enable and disable it from the code instead. But yeah, I still don't know. I feel like potentially the letter feels a little bit too small. Can I do shit to park in the middle of the road? Nah, it's fine. Fuck, I kinda feel like the letter should be bigger. Maybe the key too. I did a shadow bot strat with wireless power, was fun. Can we post links in here? You can indeed. Any thoughts so far? And here what we could do as well is save a bool whether or not the letter is red. Like, is letter red? And then we add a public void letter is red, which says that is letter red equals true. Start a car. If the letter is not red, then we're gonna publish a new toast event and say something like I should read the letter first. You know, some shit like that. Letter size looks good compared to the steering wheel size to me. Maybe it's fine. Because it would also be like slightly further away, right? Which should make it slightly smaller. Okay, wait, so now I didn't assign that one, so this is not gonna work, right? Oh, it still turned the key, and now I'm stuck here. Ooh, that's an issue. That is an issue. That is indeed an issue. So now I softlock the player. I can't trigger the... Oh no, fuck it, we just switch objects. Easy peasy. Okay. We're gonna have another key item. I'm gonna remove all of that stuff I just did. We don't need this. Instead of doing it with a bool, we can just do a separate key object. And then when you read the letter, we switch the key object. Easy peasy. Oh, 0.04%? Have you maybe donated a few bits or something? Yeah, if anyone is curious, you can do !supporter to see how if you've reached a threshold or how far away from it you are. If you reach the threshold, you do get your name in the credits of the game. Let's see here. What do I want to do? We want to go back into the cutscene. Which, I don't know why you ended up at the bottom here now. I don't like that. Go up here. Intro cutscene. Ignition. I'm gonna duplicate you. And on this one, I'm gonna remove all of this stuff. And the only thing I'm gonna do is to show a toast on click, which is gonna be like, I should check the letter first. Obviously we're gonna have to localize that, but oh well. Let's put all of the ignitions under a parent. I probably can't do that when I'm not in the prefab. So we're gonna disable that one, enable this, then we're gonna go into the letter. I'm gonna remove that one. I'm gonna instead do the switch objects on click. Now I am going to deactivate this letter, enable the other letter. I'm also going to deactivate this ignition and turn on that one. And that should do the trick. God, I bet mine is awful, especially as all I do is pop up and provide scope creep and D&D distractions. 40%, look at that, man. That's not shabby at all. Fuzzlings, 20%. Appreciate ya. C-Stron, 0. Still appreciate you hanging out, man. How is it calculated? My bot keeps tracks of anyone that supports the stream, so there's a few... It basically saves anytime someone subscribes, donates, gifts a sub, or shares in the channel. And whenever the total amount of that reaches $25, that's when you hit the threshold. Irregardless of Steam cuts. So technically it's not necessarily that I need to get $25, it's if you have supported with $25 regardless of how much has gone to Twitch. So whether it's $25 in gifted subs or a $25 donation, which obviously is different to me, right? Because I get like 100% of donations but like 50% of subs. But the bot does not take that into account. Okay, so now I should not be able to turn on the ignition. I should check the letter first. Now I can open that one, read the letter, and now I should be able to turn on the car. Indeed. Okay. Not too shabby. Okay, what should this be, a formal letter? Should this be a email similar to what I did in Outlast? Like, it could be like the printed email, or it could be an actual letter. I don't know exactly what to say here. I think if we're gonna go with like the PI or investigative journalist or whatever, I feel like it's good to explain why they can't contact the police instead, which is something like, you know, the 5-0 don't got enough evidence. Do you know what I mean? Like some shit like that. I'm cheapskate, I'm Prime sub. That doesn't matter. Prime sub is, for the bot, it considers a Prime sub the same as a normal subscription, since I still end up getting the same amount of support from it. So Prime subs do work as well. Can I send you 250... Oh, 250 SEK, like Swedish crown note? Yeah, you can. Because I can manually add, like change the JSON file as well. Large time, I need more coffee, no worries, Sistron. Bezos money is arguably better than your own. Yeah, but the difficult thing is that I don't get Bezos money, right? It's more so that Bezos gets my money. Don't you barely get anything from Prime subs nowadays? I think it's the same as... I think it used to be different, but I think it's the same as with normal subs. As far as I'm aware, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm fairly certain that's the same. I think it used to be low on Prime subs. You know, some shit like this. Some ads coming up in about half a minute for the non-subscribers. Appreciate your patience. Guess how much Amazon Prime costs in my country for a year? No idea. Oh, you get Bezos money from Prime sub channel? Yeah, that's a fair point, fair point. Sladesan, welcome in. So when are you releasing the full version? Plan is somewhere around like late Q1, Q2, early Q2 next year. I feel like that could work. I still need to sort out the... Yeah, I might just do this manually, you know? I might actually be lazy and just do this. Add another game object here called map object. In a wait, we deactivate it. And once you... as soon as we have changed the... as soon as we have published a cutscene event, I should be able to reactivate it. Not really single responsibility mindset here, but who cares? 10 euros for a year? Damn, that is not shabby. Map object is going to be this one. And it's been this way for years, so I have Prime sub, free Amazon shipping, videos, games, etc. Can really put out 60 euros in Prime subs. Which is weird, but I don't complain. Yeah, no reason to complain, eh? You can't prime sub, depends on which country you're in. Oh, really? Which is now the map is indeed disabled. I can't use any of the key bindings. If I try to start a car, I should check the letter first. When you start a car, and you get to the house. If you're in the US, Mad Shepherd gets 2.25. If you're in Turkey, Mad Shepherd gets 0.09 cents. Oh yeah, but that should not only be for Prime subs, right? I think that's for all subs. Because it's the same thing where I think the cost of a normal sub is localized as well. And I assume that I just get a split of whatever that sub is. I don't think that's unique to Prime subs. Ads should be over. Welcome back, guys. Okay. So far, this is feeling pretty good. What did the... Do I still have the Outlast thing open? I do. So this is a printed email. I could do that. Either we do like a printed... Like, should this be handwritten? Or should we do a... It feels kind of better to have it printed. I think. You get more for regular subs, do I? In Turkey they pay 43.9 Turkish, whatever it's called, which is 1.03, so you get 0.51. A bit more than 0.09. Okay, so... Interesting. I thought it was... I thought I changed it so it would be the same. Seems like they don't try that much. Hey, Nymph, you absolute legend. With the 2-month subscription. Absolute legend, man. Did the text-to-speech not work? It should work. Fuck it, let's raise a bit of the supporter percentage. Very much appreciated, Nymph. Truly do appreciate it, man. In that case, I don't know if I want to do this. Fuck, I kind of like this potentially being an email. Mad Shepherd gets 1.67 for my Prime. So where do I send the Seed Lad? Well, there we do have the issue, that is true. Let's do this. If you find a bridge somewhere, leave it on and I'll go and pick it up. We'll do one of those, what you call it, drop thingies. Does this require me to put in a year as well? What if I just do everything exactly the same as... I could just not do an email as well. Or not to the date, I mean. I kinda potentially like this. It looks more professional doing it like an email rather than a letter. It does become very Outlast-like. Making law, indeed. Oh, well, it's for the potential new intro we're making. I guess... Oh, I don't know if I want to use a real domain here. Like for emails. Öresundsbron, why are Kustenbron? If you do, you should register it. Yeah, just that's the thing, like, I don't want this to accidentally be an actual email. Like you said, if we... Because I assume that's what they did here, right? Because they actually use a Gmail for this guy. milesupshire@gmail.com. So I assume they registered this one, right? Recipient, is that how you spell it? I think so. Oh, you know what I could do? To make this one a little bit easier to read, since you don't have the flashlight, I could actually make the text a little bit brighter. This text is a bit big. I don't know if I want it to be able to be that big. Ooh. I kinda don't hate the extra spacing from setting this to bold. Damn, we even got a hype train started. Easter egg? Frictional Games used an unregistered domain in that thing, which I registered. Wait, is that actually true? Using an email service that nobody ever uses since 2002. Yeah, it could do that as well. You could put some ARG on it. What is ARG? You'll have to register an email and set up some kind of auto response as an Easter egg. Ah, that would be pretty cool, actually. Go with Brav help and leave it that way. And with that, Scope Creep man away. Have a good stream, buddy. No worries, Vintage. Thank you very much for hanging out, and I'll catch you next time, man. Dude, that would be kinda cool. Subject. So I have an idea of what this is gonna be. To be fair though, should I... Oh, I could maybe in the subject explain whether you're like a... Because I don't know if I should make it clear here that you are like a PI or something. Because the issue in Outlaws is that they don't do that. Nothing here actually says that you are a... I mean, I guess you could get it from context, but... Nothing here says that you are an investigative journalist. Like, they actually do that at the very start. Hey, just with the subscription as well, you fucking legend. Cheers, man.
Let's find out.
That one worked. That's interesting. Did I just miss the other one? Thank you very much. Just truly do appreciate ya. Alternative reality game? Ah. I started making an ARG on the domain since people were visiting it, but I didn't get anywhere. I contacted the devs to collab on something, but they didn't respond. What does this button do? Let's find out. Thank you very much, Just. Very much appreciated. Ooh, I could do this. Press official. Put something in the car that explains that you are a PI. Maybe. Either do it environmentally or put something in this one to explain it. Hey, just with the gifted sub as well. Look at this guy collecting all of them supporter points here. Thank you very, very much, man. Much appreciated. Now up to 40%. Absolute legend. With a gifted sub to Tim Baudet. And the 1 bit as well. Thank you, man.
Hype train choo choo.
Indeed. We got yet another hype train going. Or did we level up the hype train? I think we leveled up the hype train. Level 1 complete indeed. Let's fucking go. One, bot's lying. Oh, you mean that? Yeah, it says you... Oh, you cheered 100. Never mind. Cheers, man. Fucking hell. Yeah, the bot does lie. I might have a small bug. I should make it clear. The bot still registers everything correctly. But I fucked it up, so I calculated into dollars before announcing how much you cheered. So it's a little, like, it actually announces the dollar amount rather than the bit amount. But yeah, with that being said, it does register it correctly, but it's something I need to fix. Wait, inquiry. Oh, does that not mean what I thought it meant? Seeking or request for truth, information, or knowledge. That might not be what I want. I thought if I could do something where maybe here I put like private investigator. Do you know what I mean? So I thought about like inquiry to private investigator, but I'm not sure if I'm using that term correctly. I don't think I am. I guess you could go like private investigator needed. Potentially. 44%. Let's fucking go, man. Let me see how this feels. Why are we loading so long? Come on now, Unity, you can do it. You start kind of far down. Oh, did I use the wrong one? Scheisse. Let me have a look. Inspection objects, A4, intro letter. Oh, yeah, so wait, I just need to make this one bigger. Yeah, you should be like here or something. Fresh meat, welcome in, man. How you doing? Good to see ya. Hope all is well, doing good here. Been working a little bit on a potential new intro for the game. Okay, so that needs to be fixed. Intro letter. You know, it might be easier to make you stretch first. Bottom 7.2, and then we just do something similar here, and then we go back to not stretching you. Let's see how that looks. Okay, that's way too far up. Oh no, I don't want to change that one. I'll move you down a little bit. I think this should be fine. You're doing good, fresh meat. Nice to hear, man. Yeah, that feels better. Oh shit, we have more issues. The star is lighting up through the letter. Oh wait, that's easy to fix. Fuck it, the text is not going to be lit. I'm gonna make you normal text and just make you slightly darker. So you're not gonna be affected by the light here. Choo choo, motherfuckers! I feel like this is the easiest fix. Okay, that's a bit too bright, but it should work. Oh, maybe I should make the from to subject bold. Did I just move this? That's not what I meant to do. Bold, boom, /b. Yeah, I think that should be nice. Private... I don't know if I like private investigator needed. That sounds a little bit... I don't know. But I feel like it would be nice to have this letter kind of automatically explain your role here. Because otherwise I'm gonna need to explain that myself somehow. Environmentally or something. It doesn't need to be the title though, to be honest. I should, or the subject, it should be in the actual email. I don't know if I want to put date in here. Required ASAP. Required does sound better than needed, but I don't know if it... Investigate. No, just that gives off like a different connotation, doesn't it? Could you make it like a case document instead of a letter? I could. But question is also... Yeah, that would probably be just text too. I wonder, would that feel too professional? I mean, no, probably not, because it does look more like a case file in Outlast, and there you are not part of the police force, you are a investigative journalist. I'm leaning more towards like a PI here rather than a journalist. Just right now, you know, as I say here, I'm thinking about this being like the alternative to contacting the police. Which I guess in some regard an investigative journalist could do as well. Could be used in the same case, in some regard. Maybe they refuse. How about the Bale's bondsman looking for a fugitive hiding there? I still need to make the text a bit less bright, it's a bit too much. Let's make you even darker. Especially now when it's not lit anymore. And then let's change the height to... Let's see if that looks better. I guess I could just change this in play mode. That's one of them things I often forget, the fact that it's easier to change stuff in play mode. Obviously it doesn't save, but when it's like tweaking a color, I can just copy it. Because this is still a little bit bright, isn't it? Should you keep this letter in your inventory so you can reread it after playing? Or after getting to the manor? Could do that. This is already, like under the hood, this is an item. I just automatically open it when you click on this one. But we might as well put it in the inventory too. At that point, theoretically I could even let them start the ignition first, so they even if they miss reading the letter, once they arrive at the manor, they would still be able to read it. That would be cool, yeah, it would be fairly easy, to be honest. Fuck, you know what I just realized? Maybe we do need to make this a case file instead. Because now, it's a bit fucking weird that this is an email, which kind of means that the player character have gotten an email from a guy, decided to print it out, and then put it inside of a letter in their car, right? Fuck! That's a bit weird. You wouldn't do that. Yeah, we're gonna need to change this. Why would you print out an email and then put it in an envelope? That's odd. Ah, shit. Didn't think about that, did I? Rather than you need to investigate this, I should go I need you to investigate this. If you have a phone, it could be a text. That is true. He is a sentimental dude who likes retro. Maybe it should be a telegram. We'll see. I'll figure something out. How do I explain that you are a PI? I guess I should also go here. Rather than putting it as the subject, I should go... Maybe first go, I've tried contacting the police, and then go, I need a private investigator to look into this. Just, I don't know. The only thing I can come up with here right now is private investigator needed, but I don't like that. Oh, seeking a private investigator. Ooh. Ooh, I do prefer that. That does sound better. Seeking a private investigator. I like that a lot more than private investigator needed. Seeking a private investigator. Yeah, I kinda like that. PI badge on Dash. Yeah, I did think about that as well. They did something similar in Outlast. Well, they put the, like, hanging from the rearview mirror, you have the, like, press card or whatever, since you're, like, a journalist. We could actually do something similar. Okay, I don't mind this. Seeking a private investigator. I need you to investigate it. Obviously, we need some more fluff here. Explaining what's going on. So, it's gonna be like, here's a paragraph that explains who I am and what's been going on. And then I need you to investigate this. Something is not right. I can feel it. I've tried contacting the police department, but they refuse to look into this without further evidence. I need your help. Maybe I should flip this. I've tried contacting the police department, but they refuse to look into this without further evidence. I need you to investigate this. Something is not right, I can feel it. But I kinda like ending it with I need your help. I can't put that in the same as I need you. That's too much needing in one. But maybe putting this towards the end. I don't like the double need here. I want you to investigate this. That doesn't sound urgent enough. I want you to investigate this. Something... maybe it does work. Does that work? It kinda works. Rather than I can feel it, maybe I have my suspicions. I'm not sure. That does sound nice, but I'm not sure it's gonna work for... Because I have an idea of what this paragraph is gonna be. Suspicion sounds more like your... That sounds like you think someone else has done something bad. And I'm not sure that's what I'm gonna go for here. The body sounds kinda corny, not gonna lie. What part specifically, Luasoft? Did it make the player say something when clicking the letter, like, I got this letter from whoever yesterday? Yeah, could do something like that. Also, I need help, not your help, since you are still seeking... Right, you don't know the dude? I was thinking more like, as your help is like... as the difference to the police help. Do you know what I mean? Like... Since the police... I guess it maybe becomes weirder now when I separated these. Because that used to be immediately after that. I also don't necessarily need the I want you to investigate this at all. You could just go something is not right, blah blah blah, I need your help. Potentially. I'm reaching out regarding a matter that requires immediate attention, but has not yet been met the threshold for official police involvement. The authorities have indicated that additional evidence must be gathered before they can proceed. I believe your expertise is essential in uncovering the truth. The situation involves an unusual activity that has raised serious concerns. While I cannot disclose all details in writing, I can assure you that discretion and thoroughness are paramount. Your role will be to observe, document, and provide the kind of information that will compel law enforcement to act. The only issue with that is that, because... this is a little bit tricky. Because technically, I still want the player character to go through the entire thing here, right? I guess I could introduce a new issue here. Depending on how we phrase it. Like, the main reason I want to do this is for people to not end up having the thought of like, why am I staying here? I should just run away now. Which was very evident when we had the intro that just kind of made it sound like you were exploring. However, if we made it sound too much like the end goal is to get the police department interested, that could theoretically happen quite early when the player feels like, okay, I should just... Why am I not contacting the police now? I guess that's gonna be hard to get away from though. And I suppose this might be me overthinking. This could be a non-issue. Where, just like, do people think like that in Outlast? I don't think so. I don't think people stop and go, why am I not calling the police? Or maybe they explain that environmentally somehow. Maybe there's like no signal, so like you couldn't do it even if you wanted to. Which I suppose I could do as well. Maybe I could do something similar where... Maybe we do have some... like a radio playing or something as you're driving towards the house, and then it like starts cutting out the closer you get. Maybe to kind of indicate that there's bad reception out here. Time is of the essence, and your swift response could make all the difference. That is nice. Bruv, help. Gamedevable, welcome in man, how you doing? Glad to have you back. Super glad that my prototype didn't just fizzle out and die after 2 days. It's been sitting around 10 to 15 plays for the past 3 days. Nice, man. I'm trying to type as fast as possible, and it was a pain to hit the match character for Twitch. They don't want to feed the justice system that enables the current police state. Write an email to police too. People in horror movies are also dumb and continue searching, staying in creepy places where they end up being killed. Yeah, that is true. And that's what I mean, like, although it sometimes is a little bit of a trope, I don't know how much of an issue it actually is. Like, I don't think people are gonna be like, this doesn't make any sense at all. And the mail with ACAB, and it will be obvious why police was not informed. That's very good too. I do like the starting with like, I am reaching out. That's a nice one. Maybe rather than I've tried contacting, maybe I've contacted the police department multiple times. They refuse to proceed. Super hype when I hit 300 plays. Is it on Steam game, Devable? I should have made a counter argument. Since we know it's a horror movie, we have a bias, but in fact, real life it's hard to judge and convince people. Judge the situation and convince people. On a more serious note, do you really want to do a huge lore dump on the very first seconds of gameplay? No, it's not gonna be like a huge lore. It depends on what you mean by a lore dump. Are you referring more so just to a wall of text, or to or lore as in like kinda spoiling too much of what's going on? Just that I'm not going to do. That's kinda where I'm leaning with the whole thing about like something not being right. Like nothing, I'm not gonna give away anything concrete here. I mean, I guess I can say this. I'm not even sure this is what I'm gonna go with, but I'm thinking about this being like a... potentially having a family member reach out. About like, maybe having... maybe they had like a scheduled visit, but when they came here... no one answered the door. They tried reaching out multiple times, but they are not getting any responses, and they feel like something cannot be, like something bad must have happened. But then, you know, that would also explain why potentially the reason why the police department isn't taking this seriously is because it would kind of be like you calling someone being like, yeah, my mate is not picking up the phone, can you go and, do you know what I mean? Like it basically made sense why it doesn't seem serious enough. Because there's nothing, there is nothing concrete, do you know what I mean? The player doesn't need to know why the character is there, you're just gonna make them want to be there. I would beg to differ, unfortunately. Because I've had multiple playtesters explicitly asked, why am I here? What am I doing here? Like, that's kind of the reason I wanted to update this introduction to the game. Because people are actually having that question. In terms of like actual details of like what's going on, we're basically not gonna give away anything, but it's gonna be more like the person reaching out is like, I feel like something has to have gone wrong here, but the police is not taking it seriously, and that's basically the gist of it. Cheers, Lupo. I mean that the player starts the game and immediately faces wall of text, which explains all of the background. Yeah, I definitely think this could get too much, because wall of text are never fun. But I think we just need to try and keep this on the shorter side. But like the old intro was what, 4 sentences or something? Because yeah, the issue is still that we need to explain something. But there's definitely a balance here. Like we can't do this straight off the bat. Just that's not gonna be fun. But I feel like potentially something like this. It's really a creative decision, but often differentiates good from a bad movie. Yeah, that might be a fair point. Need some assy art at the bottom of the page, at least. Yeah, maybe the last part here is a bit too much. I kinda liked the whole, like, something is not right. Like, that, maybe not these exact words, but something that, like, explains that it's not, like, obviously even the sender here doesn't have, like, concrete knowledge of something bad. Like, to still explain a little bit that this is like they just have a gut feeling that like something bad has happened. I guess I should just go, something must have happened. Potentially. Bulb Turtle, welcome in, man. I mean, the player could always skip the note if they don't feel like reading. Yeah, very true as well. Okay, and I'm now very picky, so take it with a grain of salt. But look, we're having correspondence here, right? Would you really imagine it would look like it? Wait, I'm not sure I'm following, Fuzzlings. Do you mean correspondence in terms of the emails here? Or whatever it is? Like the main character would go, yeah, I'm gonna go straight into it, not even responding, not asking any questions. That, though, I could argue is an assumption. Because this is like a printed email, right? Which kind of already indicates that it's probably not the first time you read it. Technically, nothing here states that you have not responded to this. Do you know what I mean? I see this more as like this being a quick double check, like, okay, what the fuck, what was I doing again? Oh, right. Okay, I need to just blah blah blah. Yeah, but he would explain who the author is in the last email. No, this is the first email. This would be the first email when he contacted him. So then he would explain who he is. And then, like, you know, the actual correspondence might be the player character being like, okay, I'm on it. And then he responds, okay, cheers, mate, in improv. And then you print out the original, or the original message or email, just that's the one with the information. Do you know what I mean? I feel like it could work. Actually, let me double check the Outlaws one. How did that one start, out of curiosity? I should probably try and not make it too similar, but... You don't know me. Have to make... yeah, but this is also different, because this is like an inside... This is like a whistleblower type email, which is a bit different. TIP. What is TIP? Is the PI gonna be Sherlock Holmes? Yes, yes. This is... don't let anyone know, but secretly this is a Sherlock Holmes game. I agree with you, and I'm very picky, don't get me wrong yet. No, I still think it's a, you know, it's a fair point to bring up. Yeah, I can't really do the same kind of thing there. But this is basically what I'm thinking. It would be like, sender sends the email. Player character responds and takes on the assignment. PC prints out the original email and drives and starts driving to the location. PC stops on the way to double check the information, and this is where the game starts. This is kinda what I'm thinking. Oh, this is kind of what I'm imagining. Of course, this is not something I'm gonna explicitly say, so it does need to... Yeah, PC checks mail because it sees an address. Yeah, it could be that the reason you double check it is because the address is in here, which it probably should be, to be honest. And we already have an address number, because on the mailbox it says 817, right? So, blah, 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 manor, at, on, blah, blah, road 817. You could do something like that. What is that YouTube extension with the weird buttons? I don't... it's like improved YouTube or something? Wait. Extensions. Enhancer for YouTube. I think that's the one. So it gives you a few things. You can loop the video, stuff like that. You can, just by scrolling here, you can change the speed. I also think this extension is what makes it so that if I right-click on the video, I can use the scroll bar to set the volume, which I actually use quite a lot. Because here, you can only like kinda get it right, whereas I set it to when I'm scrolling, I literally change the volume by 1. So I can very exactly pinpoint the volume I want. I quite like it. Yeah, Enhancer for YouTube, I think it's called. Checks mail because he sees an address, not because he wanted to remind himself who his employer is. Yeah. But it wouldn't be at the first one, that's what I'm talking about. Why wouldn't it be the first one? Do you mean that you would have said that stuff in a later email? Is that what you mean? I don't see why it couldn't be in the first email. Imagine if the message you printed was actually more like, thank you for accepting this case. Yeah, you could go that route as well. As we both know, police won't do nothing about it. Address of the mansion is blah blah, good luck and stay safe. Yeah? Okay, I see what you mean. That definitely could work as well. Yeah, I did miss that message. I think both work. I'm not sure which one I prefer. Okay, so the one we're doing now is like the initial one. The only thing that I like about having it be the first email is that you can make it sound more urgent or whatever. Because I imagine, like, or the sender would be more stressed out because he's like, okay, I need to find someone for this. Whereas if you're on the last email, the tone is gonna change a bit, right? And it's gonna be a little bit more like I imagine that the sender would have like, you know, had a sigh of relief already and be like, okay, he's gonna look into this. So I guess it would change the tone a little bit that way, right? Man, if I'm going to get a 3 out of 5 rating on my game, you might as well tell me why. No comment or anything. Yeah, that's a bit long. Don't know if I can post one. You can, feel free to drop the link. No worries, man. All feedback is valuable. That is true. That is true. It's still a data point. It's per... Yeah, that's the only thing. I feel like if it's the last email, I feel like the tone is gonna change a lot. But it probably is fine. Thank you for accepting this case. As we both know, the police won't do nothing about it. The address of the mansion is blah blah blah. Because I could even almost keep the same one and just go, as you know. Like, just adding that, and it sounds like this is the final message. I'm still alive, just finished rendering the motion captured animations and working in Unity so I can start putting the cutscene together. Nice, man, let's go. How about you switch it to something else? Like, instead of getting this letter from someone who seeks private investigator, you would get a letter from someone who wants to lure you inside. So it would be about something personal and you will have a reason to stay in there. That is definitely an interesting idea. It does... I don't know if it's as compatible with the rest of the stuff I have planned. Oh, there is one thing I could do. Oh, you know what I just realized also? Speaking of the whole, whether this is a letter or an email. I could keep the same thing and still make it a letter by just removing the subject, making that into a header, and then just removing the domain names and doing sender name, recipient name. No longer email, now it's kind of a letter, potentially. Just random thoughts. The reason to stay is that you can always simply be that you can't get out. Yeah, the issue is that you can go outside again. We did have other ideas here where potentially you could like have the car breakdown or something. It still leaves the whole, you know, theory of like you could probably still run away. Okay, I'm gonna take a short break. I'll be back in just a minute or so. Appreciate your patience. We'll figure this out. Cheers. And we are back. Appreciate your patience. You're the director of this scene after all, but I will still be hating the idea of, hello, my name is Bob, and here's the address of a very dangerous spooky place police haven't done anything about. That is interesting. I don't know. I don't know if I agree. Just like, I envision this like the sender being a... you know, if you're a stressed out person and you really need help, would you hold information back, basically making it harder for someone to investigate it? Even if this is something you send to multiple people. Like, wouldn't you just want someone to go there as soon as possible? Do you know kind of what I mean? I'm picky but I'm always treated by dialogues like, hello my beloved and only son. Hello my mother, who went through tough times providing for me as a single mother. Yeah, I see what you mean, like kind of over-explaining where it doesn't make sense. But that's why I feel like in this context it still kind of works. I feel like it. Is Audible owned by Amazon? Yes. Keep getting an Audible ad? Oh, I see. It's not over-explaining, it's like the worst way of explaining the story, which is common in bad movies. Like when the actors have to straight up inform the viewer about the situation by dialogues, not by acting itself.
Don't forget to save.
That's a good shout. Did I even do a push? No, I haven't even started GitHub. Oh shit, wait, if this is a letter, wouldn't you have an address as well? If it was a letter, it would be more like this. Wait. Address is only 1D in English. I always mix this up. It's different in Swedish and English. If we want to make this actually be a letter, doesn't look as good though, does it? Oh yeah, they have addresses on the envelope. That is true. That is true. That wouldn't be in... it can be if you have the letter with the little window. Yeah, yeah. Fucking got you there now, didn't I? I'm joking. However, the thing is that I do kind of like having some of that, like, laughter. Like, it looks kind of nice. True, true. Let me see how this feels without it. Lord forbid to do some project progress. No worries, Nymph. Thank you for lurking, man. Yeah, just if we make it into an email, it feels odd to place it in an envelope. Envelope? In that case, it should be more like a case file or whatever, but that would look different. I don't know. That would be like a folder, right? I don't know. I don't know if I have enough space. I guess maybe I should do something like this. No. You could do something like that as well. Maybe. I don't know, there's something that just... I feel like it just looks neat with this little fluff stuff going on here. kinda like it being an email. But then the letter doesn't make sense. Then we would have to switch the letter into more like a case folder of sorts. Could add the letterhead if the send is fancy. Which it could be. Then you still do get some of that fluff in there. I'll have to think a bit about it. Writing is difficult, man. Also coming up with names. I did have a placeholder name for the manor before. On the map it used to say Crawford Manor. Maybe Lane instead. What should you call the road? Not that it's certain this would end up in there, but... Oh, we should do it... We should use one of those like unpronounceable British places. There we go. Perfect. Worcestershire sauce, lane 817. That's bloody perfect, isn't it? Golden. Like a shower. It's almost a little bit too close to the thumb here. Oh, that's the wrong one. 85. Let's do 84 maybe. Once again, I should change this in play mode. I don't know why I keep forgetting. Technically, I don't need to name the manor. I could just say the manor at this road. Technically, I don't need to name the manor. Man of culture. Like, I could just skip capitalizing Crawford Manor and change this into the manor at Crawford Lane. You know, something like that. Is that an actual street somewhere? It's a street in Singapore. There's a Chinese company called Lane Crawford. UK. Does that say Crawford PI? Crawford Street in the city of Westminster. There's a Crawford Lane in Glasgow. I don't think that's a huge issue though. Wait, there's a road called Crawford... Oh wait, is this like PL maybe rather than PI? What the fuck does that stand for? I have no idea. But yeah, I'm kinda leaning towards maybe not naming the manor at all. Just going generic manor at this road. Because it made sense that we need to have the address in there, because otherwise it's a bit like, how the fuck do you know where to go? Unless you only name the manor, and the manor would be like known enough that you would be able to find it, I suppose. Maybe. We did 817, right? I'm almost certain. I know it was Great Grievance who picked the address number for the mailbox. I'm almost certain it was 817. Ah, shit. 718, yeah. I fucked it up. Good thing I double checked. I switched it around, it should be 718. Going on at the manor. In the manor? No, at the manor, I think. I feel like this could work, but once again, if it's an email, I feel like we need to make it into a... We need to switch the envelope into a case file. Because it's... Why would you put a email in a letter? Classic Porsche. is a great Porsche model, but it's just a personal date of significance. 718 AD, we all remember. Oh, that's funny. Okay, so if we're gonna change this, I feel like we would have to make this into a case file. In that case, might go... I mean, it doesn't have to be wide or deep or whatever, because it could just be the perspective. That was too small. Fucking... so easy for people who make 3D games, man. Don't have to think about this stuff. That doesn't make sense though. You should still be able to see like the underside more with this perspective. But it looks tiny. Like this would be like an A4 paper. I feel like it should be bigger. Should I find a reference for this? There's no way. That's what she said. Stop those personal attacks. It doesn't have to be entirely visible. An easy way to make it bigger is just to make it be cut off. That's not too shabby. That's a bit much. Kinda reads. I could even have the actual document be in here. And then when you click on this, we just remove this specific line. Like this is when you haven't opened it. When you open the document, we do this. So it kind of looks like you grab it. Small detail. That might be nice. Manila folder, is that a term? It is a term indeed. File folder designed to contain documents. Yeah. Because I noticed that a lot of them do have this little thing. I wish to restore one Sunday. Oh, really? I mean, I think the shape here could be enough to understand this, but we could always spruce it up a little bit if we want to. You know what I mean? Maybe, maybe. I still feel like this looks fucking tiny. Maybe it's fine, I might be overthinking this. Can I get this to line up perfectly? Fuck it. This should be a separate layer though. Since this would be on top of the bottom one, I feel like it makes more sense to align it to that one. And maybe here we just go boom, 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 boom. Maybe. What's up, Rune Son? Good to see you, man. Long time no see. Hope you've been well. How goes the game things? So far, so good. Been working a little bit on a new potential intro to the game today. Quite like what we have going so far. Then when you grab the paper, we just go boom. I don't know how to reactivate this one after you put it down, but I think this might be better than the letter. I think I prefer this. I guess I should just make 2 objects as well. That might even be easier. We'll see. Scheiße. Boom, and then we just copy paste this one. And on the second one, we just remove that line. Maybe, maybe. That sounded really Swedish, those lyrics, did it? Or did you fly doing this pitch slot? Total pro now. Cheers, man. Okay, let's try this. I feel like this is gonna make more sense. And then we can keep the document being an email, which I think I prefer. I hate when you add a height to one of these spreadsheets, it actually messes everything up. Not sure why that happens. If I add width, then nothing changes. Kinda odd. How have you been, Rune-san? Have you been doing any game development recently? Oh, are these misaligned? They are. Let's rename this into document. Document. Then the first one is gonna switch to this. Unity, what are we doing? That was a bit odd. Maybe move it up a little bit. Sure. Let's see, document 2, you are now going to be this one. Set native size. And I guess we can just copy this stuff. Church burning Swedish? Was it really much more Norway stuff? We probably did our fair share of that as well. Not lately, work be crazy, 1-2 for sure, I got you man. Finding the time/motivation with everything else at the moment has been a challenge. And not just relaxing with a game, current one being V-Rising, Always worth to take a break, yeah, breaks are important too. Okay. Oh, this needs to change now. I should check the letter first. That should be like the document, maybe. I think I prefer that. Now, like I said, we could make it so that we actually put that letter in the inventory from the get-go, so you could reread it if you want to after you've started playing the game. It feels pretty good. So far, I think I'm liking this. Right, I have music on during this intro now as well. Wonder if I'm gonna keep that or not. I wonder, is it gonna feel odd for the player to just be sitting here? Should something pop up when you first start? Feels a little bit like you might get that first thought of like, what am I doing? Like, should I hint at this somehow? Maybe have a little tutorial tip show up? Would be very awkward if someone fails to get into the game because they like miss the key or something. I could time it. This might be one of those places where timer could be good. I can check like if they haven't done anything in X amount of seconds, then tell them to open the document. If they waited X amount of time, then tell them to start the car. Maybe. I'm old enough to know some people who did not take any breaks and they are not there anymore. I agree with that premise. More just having the grace with oneself when projects like game dev are side projects. I intentionally don't put deadlines at the stage I'm at because they are just pressure to feel guilty about later. Yeah, no, I think that's a fair point. Goals are what to work on in what order and planning, but not tied to a deadline that I don't really control because it's not high enough priority for that kind of control. Yeah. Westrune, welcome in. How you doing, man? Good to have ya. Hope you've been well. Yeah, I don't know about music here either. Slightly unsure if I want music playing in the background. Do I want music? We'll see. I'm feeling pretty good about this. Need to finish up writing the documents, maybe point the play a little bit in the correct direction here, but overall I'm feeling pretty good about this new take on the intro. I must say. I like deadlines, but I'm trying to be realistic about them. Also, if it's your side project, then you don't need a deadline, much more a goal. Yeah, I think that's a fair point as well. Sometimes deadlines can be good, but certainly not in all contexts. Could also add a slight emphasis effect for interactable items, pulsing your existing highlight effect after X time. Yeah, I did think about that too. I think that could be a good way to point them in the right direction as well. As long as it doesn't set a precedence for later interactions, yeah. I already do that a little bit. Like, if you get the tutorial for the map, I have a little outline of the map, for example, being highlighted. Kinda pulsating too. So that could be a good idea. Do something similar here. Like this. Click on the document to open your map, journal and notes. To show where that is, I have a little outline here pulsing. It could do something similar, maybe even without the toast. And as we said, potentially do something off the... Like, if you're sitting here for like... The first one can probably be short. If you're sitting here for like 4 seconds, not doing anything, then we can probably start highlighting this one. And then I suppose you could do something where after closing this one, we highlight the key. Maybe. However, ladies and gentlemen, this is where I'm gonna have to end it for today. Unfortunately, no Grim Fandango today. We might sort that out on Friday instead. But I do have some stuff I need to get to. But as always, thank you all. Come on, guys. Thank you all for hanging out. Have a great day. You as well, Runeson. That was abrupt. Yeah. Sorry about that one, guys. But please stick around for the raid. Let's go and show some love to another developer here on Twitch. Also, some shoutouts today. Dark Muppeteer with the Prime subscription. Nymph with the resub. We have Just with the resub as well as the gifted sub and 100 bits, absolute legend. Thank you all as always for hanging out here. Great grievance with the Gigantified emote as well, cheers man. Thank you all for hanging out, truly do appreciate ya. Your feedback on the game helps out a lot, and you know, it's nice to have someone to share this experience with. Of course, if anyone hasn't, main thing, go and play the demo, check it out. If you have played the demo, then make sure to leave a review. Other than that, if you want to connect more with the community, go ahead and join the Discord. Now, today, we're gonna head on over to Irregular Human. I think it was a little while ago since I raided him. So make sure to throw that chirpy raid in the chat. I will be back on Friday as per usual, probably with some more development, potentially a bit of a Grim Fandango. Do need to get through that game. I think we are like a third of our way through the game or something. So yeah, I think it would be good for me to play even more point-and-click games now for the final stretch, get some extra research done. Because obviously I don't play games for fun, right? I play games... When I play games, it's research. Right? That's how this works. But yeah, truly from the bottom of my heart, thank you all for hanging out, and I shall catch you next time. So, until then, have a great one everyone. Cheers.